alarm does happen to go, we'll have a pause in proceedings. Okay, so it's just gone 10 AM. Today's Tuesday, 14th of March, and it's time to open this public inquiry. Could I just check that everyone can hear me? Okay, thank you. This inquiry relates to the application by Energy Contour UK Limited for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and deemed planning permission under Section 57 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act for the construction of 11 turbines and associated infrastructure on land at Narachan Hill, east of Tainlone, Argyll. My name's Lorna McCallum. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by the Scottish Ministers to consider this application and report my findings and recommendations to them. Following objections from Nature Scot and others to the application, the Scottish Ministers decided that an inquiry should be held into the proposal. This inquiry is being live streamed and will remain available to view on the DPEA webcasting site, which is www.dpea.public-i.tv. By participating today, you're consenting to the recording, storage and use of this material for webcasting, training, the keeping of records and the making of those records available to the public. I held a PEM, a pre-inquiry meeting, on the 7th of December 2022 to guide and agree the procedures for this case, and that meeting is also available to view on the DPE webcast library. The main purpose of the inquiry is to make sure that I understand the position of the parties on each of the specific topics where further evidence was considered necessary. Sorry, typically. Okay, let's start again. The main purpose of the inquiry is to make sure that I understand the position of each party on the topics and where further evidence was considered necessary. Where there's a dispute, I need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute, and this is so that matters can be clearly set out in my report to the Ministers. The proceedings will consist of formal inquiry sessions today and tomorrow, followed by hearings on Thursday and Friday. And as previously agreed, the inquiry sessions will relate only to the landscape and visual effects on the North Arran National Scenic Area. The hearing on Thursday is in relation to planning and energy policy. The hearings on Friday will be in relation to aviation lighting effects in relation to Argyll and Bute and on planning conditions. When the evidence on all topics is concluded, the parties will have the opportunity to make a closing submission in writing. We'll discuss that at the end of the sessions. And could I bring to parties' attention that you're now required to submit a case summary which will be directly inserted into my report without alteration as an appendix. We can discuss the timetable for the submissions either at the end of tomorrow or at the end of the session on Thursday. We can discuss that later. So, as agreed, following the inquiry proceedings, I'll undertake my site inspections on an unaccompanied basis, and could I thank all the parties for the input to date on that matter. Thereafter, I will submit a report to Ministers, and in addition to the evidence considered through the inquiry and hearing sessions, my report and recommendation to Ministers will also consider the range of other matters raised in consultation responses and in written representations to the Energy Consent Unit. Details of all of these can be viewed in the case file on the DPEA website, and the core documents list dated the 3rd of March gives the title to the documents we will be referring to throughout, and this might prove helpful to any of the parties observing. Evidence to the inquiry will be firstly by the applicant and then by Nature Scot. There'll be breaks at appropriate times this morning and this afternoon, and a break sometime between 12 and 1 for lunch for around about an hour. Okay. Now, parties participating today, I'm pretty sure, are well aware of online inquiry proceedings, but I'll just run through some housekeeping matters, just as a reminder. So unless you're speaking, all mics should be off. I note that there are a couple of people listening in the background. I'm quite happy that the cameras are off, because that assists in the quality of the webcast. But if anyone who is participating in the background wishes to speak at any point, if they could just make myself aware of that. The chat, so the raise hand facility at the top of the screen should be used if anyone does wish to raise any point with me at any point in time, or if you raise your hand, I'll try and make sure that I see it, and I will come back to you. So if I don't immediately see you, if you just keep the raised hand function going, please. Okay, all phones in the background should be off or in silent, and we don't have any further fire drills planned for this week, so if there is anything, it will be the real thing. Okay. Although that's an online proceeding, things tend to kind of sort of move at a slightly different pace from an in-person inquiry. So there will be time needed just to make sure that I've got all the documents to hand, and other parties' witnesses have got documents to hand. So if we need a short pause to do that, then please do let me know. Okay, and behind the scenes today, we have Lucy from the DPIT staff who'll be present throughout to address any technical issues that may arise. Okay, so moving on, could I ask the parties to introduce themselves, starting with the applicant, please?
Yes, good morning, Ma'am. So my name is David Hardy, that's Hardy. I'm duly qualified as a barrister and a solicitor, but for present purposes, I'm a partner in CMS. And in terms of witnesses, it's going to be Sam Oxley, who is a board director at LUC, who was just raising her hand. Good morning. And she'll be dealing with landscape and visual effects.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. And could I turn now to Nature Scott, please?
Yes, good morning, ma'am. My name is Cameron Gregg. I'm a senior associate at Morton Fraser Lawyers, and I'm appearing for Nature Scott. Today, I'm joined in our Edinburgh boardroom here by colleagues from my firm, representatives from Nature Scott, and the Nature Scott witness for this session, Dr. Guy Wimble, a technical director at Ironside Fire.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I don't propose to alter the daily timetable that was issued, but could I maybe just ask parties for their indicative timing for evidence in chief and the question of witnesses? Are we all quite content that this will be completed today and tomorrow?
Yes, certainly from our perspective. Don't know what Mr. Gregg thinks, but yes, comfortably.
Mr. Hardy,
Yes,
Mr. Gregg, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. We should be able to get through this in 2 days. That should be plenty of time.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, and before we proceed to the witnesses, does anyone have any other preliminary matters that they wish to raise? No. Okay, could I hand over then to Mr. Hardy and your witness, please?
Thank you very much. Then I'd like to call Sam Oxley as the first witness. We're going to look at qualifications and experience, but before we do that, I thought it might be helpful just to give a list of the documents that I think we're going to need. I suspect they're going to be the core documents, both in evidence in chief and in cross-examination. There's about 15 of them, but I'll go slowly. So the first of those is the planning statement, which is CD 001003. Then the updated statement, which is 01004. There are the new ZTVs, CD 05032. There's the capacity study, which is 13015. There's GLVIA 3, CD 13001. There's the guidance on assessing cumulative, which is 13009. Landscape Institute Technical Note 13007. There's the Nature Scott Draft Guidance on Special Qualities 13032. There's then a run of consultation responses, and these are 13089, 13090, 13091. There's the Crystal Rig decision. So that's 14014. There's the onshore wind policy statement, which is 09010. And then finally, there's the consultation response from Carol Anderson Landscape Associates. Particularly, I'm interested in the March the 16th, 2022, which is CD 6.004. And then in addition to that, Mum, there's the usual thing in terms of statements, reports, recognitions, and also the consultation responses from Nature Scott. So I hope that's helpful, just in, even if you haven't got all of those out, that's just to give a framework of where we're going with this.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks very much for that.
And if anybody at any point needs time to find documents because we're working electronically, then please just say, because it's not easy. Right, in terms of introduction then, you have written a number of documents, and your detailed experience is set out in Appendix A of your inquiry report. You are Sam Oxley, Chartered Landscape Architect, Landscape Planning and Board Director with LUC, which I think I know is a multidisciplinary environmental consultancy, Chartered Member of the Landscape Institute since 1999, Master's degree in Landscape Design from Sheffield University, BSc Honours in Geography from Durham University, and you have considerable experience in the fields of landscape and visual feasibility and assessment, design, planning, management, construction, also wider environmental and project management skills. You tell us how long you've been at LUC, and you also then tell us over 20 years of experience in the field of LVIA, that you have worked on multiple wind farms. You list a lot of those. Ms. Oxley, we don't need to read all of those out. Can you just confirm that those details are true and correct?
Yes, they're all true and correct.
Thank you very much. Now, you have written a recognition, but I think in terms of expedition, what I'm proposed to do is not read or ask Ms. Oxley to read that out, but to get to the issues which I think are remaining an issue, and there are 6 of those. So unless you want to go through the precognition directly, I want to draw out 6 points which I think come from the precognitions and from what Nature Scott has got to say. I trust, is that acceptable in terms
That's
of?
fine with me.
Yeah, let's get to the heart of the issues if we can. Right. So the first of those 6 issues relates to the new ZTVs, Ms. Oxley, and their status. So that's the SCIs and the figures. And I just want to comment really on the new ZTVs, their status, where have they come from, why have we got them?
Okay, the 2 new ZTVs are documents CD 05.031 and 05.032. And these are the 2 ZTVs that were requested by the reporter to take account of lighting at Ben and Turk 3, which I may from time to time refer to as BAT 3, just to reduce the number of words. I did pick this up in the hearing statement briefly, but essentially the new ZTVs show the extent of visible lights at BAT 3, and the one which is perhaps more useful to you is the second of the two, because that picks out Ben and Turk and Narachan together. Essentially, it's what we refer to as a paired ZTV.
Well, should we just make sure everyone's got those open?
So that's 032.
Yeah. So let's just give everyone a moment to catch up.
I've got that.
Okay.
Okay. So the key thing to understand from this, and it's just taken from the key on the right-hand side, is that yellow is where Ben and Turk will be visible on its own. Blue is where Narachan would be visible on its own, and green is where both of the projects would be visible. The lights from both of the projects would be visible. And my observation from this is that there are large areas across North Arran NSA in yellow where the existing Ben and Turk Phase 3 lights are visible, because indeed they now are there, which include both the summits and the hill slopes, and that they're rather more extensive than the areas of potential visibility for Narachan, which obviously are shown in both green and blue on that figure.
Thank you. So the second matter I want to ask about is the Argyll and Bute Landscape Wind Energy Capacity Study. So that's dated 2017. Now that's addressed largely in the planning statement. So that's CD 01003, and the update is 01004. And it's also covered by Mr. Bell, who's going to be giving evidence in the policy session later in the week in his hearing statement. So I just want to understand from you the division in responsibility, first of all, just at a high level, in terms of who's doing what in relation to the capacity study.
Okay. Primarily, capacity or overall capacity is a policy matter, and as such not my focus, and dealt with by David Bell within the hearing on planning. But just to confirm, I consider that capacity is not reached or exceeded by this proposal. And in making that statement, I agree with Carol Anderson, who's the author of the capacity study. And that's confirmed in Carol Anderson's letter, which for your reference is CD 06004.
I'd like to go to that, Ms. Luxley, rather than just important, seems to me. So rather than just do make a passing reference, let's find that.
You've got that.
Thank you. And if we could turn to page 2, it's not numbered on my pages, but the second page where it's headed 2017 Argyll and Bute Landscape Wind Capacity Study. Do you have that? So you've just given evidence that your conclusion was reached when your independent judgment, but you'd seen what Carol Anderson had to say. So which part of this do you want to draw the reporter's attention to under this subheading?
Sorry, I'll just need a moment to find the relevant line. I've not taken a note of the relevant line. In her conclusions on the last page, she confirms that her advice to the council would be not to raise an objection on landscape and visual grounds, and subject to a number of conditions. And her discussion prior to that, she talks through the way that the site would conform with her study, and she discusses some of the guidance. For example, the fact that the proposal would be set back well into the interior. And indeed, it's about equidistant to either coast, and so it is set back as far into the interior as it could be.
So we've got the section in the conclusions. I mean, the document can be read as a whole. So we've got that. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, page 6 on my version. We've got that section, and then there's the subsection in relation to the capacity study itself on page 2.
Page 2, yeah.
If there's anything in particular, if not, then the reporter can read that document in its entirety.
Yeah, I think it's best read in its entirety, but the note about turbines being set well back into the interior is on page 2 towards the bottom under the heading of the Argyll and Bute wind capacity study.
So we can pick up that sentence. It's the second of the paragraphs. So we can see the area of the peninsula to the north of Benbrack is noted as being particularly sensitive due to likely increased effects on Arran Giga and surrounding seascapes. And then the guidance further advises that significant intrusion on adjacent settlement small-scale landscape character types on Arran and Giga should be avoided by siting larger turbines well back into the interior of these uplands. Is that the point?
Yeah, and as a landscape planner involved in the design of the project, although I wouldn't necessarily consider the policy aspects of the capacity study, I would take careful note of the guidance that's provided within the capacity study. And indeed, I and Carol Anderson agree that the proposal follows that guidance.
Just in terms of carrying capacity then of the landscape in total, you say it's primarily a policy matter, but what's your evidence in relation to the notion that, say, capacity has been reached or exceeded? What do you think of that?
Well, just to confirm that I do not consider that capacity is reached or exceeded, and the key consideration here is that the wind farm would associate with the consented and now under construction high constellation and the existing core wind farm, and essentially marginally extend and intensify that cluster rather than create a new wind farm in a different place along the spine of Kintyre. And the guidance provided by Carol Anderson, again, very much set out an aspiration to associate with existing clusters and to maintain a series of essentially clusters with spaces between them.
It may well be a name that's known to the reporter and indeed other people on the call, but Carol Anderson, can you just explain what you know about her?
Me?
Yes.
Well, she's an independent landscape planner who quite frequently gives evidence for Nature Scotland or provides advice to Nature Scotland and others.
And in terms of her role in this case, you can see at the top of that note, the landscape and visual appraisal comes from Carol Anderson. Her relationship with the capacity study is what?
Author.
So she was the author of the study and then has done the assessment on behalf of the council. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So that's the second issue I wanted to deal with. The third issue is a separate matter, and it arises actually out of Dr. Wimble's, something that he says in his precognition at paragraph 5.5. I don't necessarily need to go there, but if the topic is this: it's about whether or not assessment should be influenced by how many people use the landscape. And you recall from his precognition that there's a question that's asked there. So I just want your comment on that, please.
Okay. The guidance for landscape and visual impact assessment, so that's document 13.001.
Let's go there.
Requires you to report on numbers.
Just wait for everyone to catch up. Gamma Soxy, so 13.001, that's Glivia 3, yeah.
Everyone got it? Okay, so on page...
actually, sorry, I can't actually see that. It's apparently copyright, so I don't have a copy in front of me, unfortunately. But if you're happy to read out the relevant sections, I'll then go and check it. Obviously, I'm looking at it from what's been on our website, and we can't publish it because it's copyright. So there will be a copy behind the scenes, no doubt. So if you refer me to the appropriate paragraphs, I can then go and check.
I'm very sorry to hear. I know we've had that issue too, and every time you try and, well, if you have to buy a copy, it's a couple of £100. It comes into it is an issue, right? As long as we've got the passage, we've got the issue, Ms. Oxley. So this is about, the topic is about whether or not assessments are influenced by how many people use the landscape. So you're going to a quote, report hasn't got it. What do you want to give a specific reference so that the reporter can look it up in due course?
Okay, so page 111, paragraph 6.24, bullet number 1.
Do you want to just read that out?
Just in short, essentially it says the baseline report should combine information on the type and relative numbers of people likely to be affected. And there is other reference within the book on numbers as well. It's not the only place where that's mentioned. But just, I suppose, going on from that, to an extent, numbers of people are taken account of within the judgment made on value, because that reflects popularity. So the fact that a viewpoint may appear within a guidebook, or Turner may have painted a picture of that view, or whatever, means it's more popular. So there's an element of inference in terms of there being some consideration of numbers there. But in any event, if a stance is taken where numbers do not affect the sensitivity in any way, and I know that's the approach that is taken by Dr. Wimble, then they must nevertheless affect the weight to be given to an effect as part of the planning balance.
So just to be clear, in terms of your approach, do you or do you not think that numbers go to sensitivity? That's the first point.
I think they do to a degree. It's quite a coarse approach, because you're not saying there will be one person and therefore sensitivity will be low. Often there are many different variables that are considered. So to an extent, it's part and parcel of value, but that tends to be kind of relatively, very low or very high type numbers. But I think in any event, Mum, you will take account of numbers in the weight that you give to those impacts ultimately within the planning balance.
So let's just take a real life example. If there's a low number of people out on the hills or out on the hills at night, either you say that there's reduced sensitivity because there are a small number. Alternatively, and this is what Nature Scott do, you don't reduce the sensitivity, but you do say that you should then take account of that in the weighting that's applied to those affecting the balance. Is that the approach?
Yes, that's the approach.
Thank you. And you've got the reference there in Glivia, Ma'am, so if you can look at that in due course. All right, the fourth point then again comes from Dr. Wimble's precognition, and this is a rather more dry technical issue, I suspect, albeit I think there's a degree of consensus, but we've got to go through the process in the first place. So it's Dr. Wimble's precognition 3.1, where he's dealing with landscape, visual and cumulative effects. And what he says is, I've reviewed the applicant's LVIA insofar as it relates to effects on the North Arran NSA. I broadly agree with their assessment of landscape and visual effects on receptors within the NSA. My reservations concerning the applicant's assessment of cumulative effects have largely been clarified by their inquiry report. However, the applicant's assessment of cumulative scenario 2 remains unclear. So if I can lead on this, in the initial exchange, there was concern expressed by Dr. Wimble about a lack of clarity. That's largely been resolved. However, there is in that final sentence some persisting lack of clarity in relation to assessment of cumulative scenario 2. So that's the overall picture, but I just want to unpack that a little bit. So approaching cumulative assessment, what have you done?
So essentially, and we'll take up the guidance here, which is CD 13.009. Just let me know when you've got that.
Okay, I've got that.
So on page 8 of 17, that's paper copy page rather than electronic page. Under the heading, undertaking a cumulative landscape and visual impact assessment. The first paragraph there, shall I read it out?
Yeah.
The purpose of a cumulative landscape and visual impact assessment is to describe, visually represent and assess the ways in which the proposed wind farm would have additional impacts when considered with other consented or proposed wind farms. It should identify the significant cumulative impacts arising from the proposed wind farm. And I'm also going to take you to another place because I always find it quite useful. On the third page, so 3 of 17, there are a couple of examples of cumulative impacts. And bullet point 1, which actually refers to an isolated house in the countryside, suggests, again, shall I read it all out, or are you familiar with this, Mum? Okay. An isolated house, A, in the countryside, has a visual impact standing out in its natural setting. Another isolated house has a similar visual impact taken alone. However, if the two houses are sited close together, the visual impact of the two together may be only a little greater than for either house A or B taken alone, as they will appear as a single cluster. And then there's a further example, but that's less relevant to the situation we have here. So read wind farm instead of house, and I find that's actually quite a useful way of telling you how to consider it.
Right, so that's the guidance. Thank you for that. So in terms of your approach to cumulative assessment here, what have you concentrated on?
So necessarily, I've focused on those additional effects, and in brackets, given that both Dr. Wimble and I have used the term in a slightly different way, I'm just saying the extra effect. So the extra that Narachan would bring in terms of against the baseline of other wind farms.
Okay, so
But I have also considered the in combination effects. So the effects in the round, and there's a plethora of information within the FEI, for example, the PED ZTVs, the cumulative ZTVs.
I want to look at those, but let's just take this slowly. So the first point is you've concentrated on additional effects, so the extra effects that will arise because of this wind farm. In terms of the language then of Dr. Wimble, we know from his documents that he introduces the term total effects. So I just want to understand whether or not you are using, or where you have used the word total, whether or not you're using that in the same way as him.
Yeah, I think we're using that term in different ways. Dr. Wimble is using the term total to refer to in combination effect, whereas I'm using the term additional and total to represent the sort of additionality element plus what's there already. So if you read my additional and total, which always read as 3 words, as Guy's additional, then they're equivalents.
Okay, so we just need to take that a little bit further. So you tell us you're looking at extra effects. You've also then got your scenario 1 and your scenario 2. Just want to explain what scenario 1 is and scenario 2?
Yes, so scenario 1 is essentially the more certain baseline. So projects which exist, are consented, are under construction, whereas scenario 2 are the very much less certain future projects, which either are in planning or at appeal, or maybe earlier scoping stage. So yes, essentially just very much more uncertain.
Okay, so focus on additionality, the extra effects. So in terms of this wind farm there, can you just tell the reporter what you've done in relation to scenario 1 and scenario 2?
Yes, so I'll wind back a little bit further. Dr. Wimble makes a comment that the existing baseline isn't or shouldn't be included within the primary effect. So essentially, look, he would take the approach where he would just look at the effects of the wind farm against a baseline where there are no other wind farms, regardless of what is there already. So it's a solus impact assessment as opposed to a cumulative assessment in any sense. I take the approach where within my primary assessment, I include what is already there. So essentially, my primary assessment is already a cumulative assessment in terms of taking account of existing wind farms and other things within that landscape.
Okay, so it's quite technical stuff, Miss Oxley, and I just maybe want to try and bring that to life a little, but perhaps by looking at some of the tables in the SEI. But is this right? The additionality, the extra effects that you're concentrating on, taken together with what you've described as the primary effect, that is what you call total effect, or that's how you've used the word total effect within the tables?
Yes, so where I'm using the word total effect within tables, I'm not referring to in combination effects, which essentially are the effect of every single proposed or existing wind farm taken together, which is how Dr. Wimble's using the term.
Okay. So in terms of how those effects may change, so whether they become intensified or greater, however you want to put it, or diluted, mass becoming less. Can you explain how that might happen?
Yeah, I mean, this was exemplified by the isolated house example from the guidance, but essentially sometimes an effect may become intensified, so become greater because of the additional effect. Sometimes it may be masked and become less, for example, when a wind farm sits behind an existing or consented wind farm, which is the situation we have to a degree here. Sometimes it won't change. For example, if the other wind farms are a long way away and won't interact with the wind farm that we're looking at. So, but when I'm considering total, I'm considering that aspect of the equation. Does it become intensified? Does it stay the same? Or sometimes does it become less?
Did you want to take us to an example in the tables? Is there anything that you think would help the reporter just for you to flesh your answers out?
I don't think I do, actually. I think I'd probably just focus on pulling out some of the key points. But what I haven't answered is Guy's point about scenario 2. And I just wanted to confirm that and the reasons for doing it.
Well, let's do that.
Yeah. So essentially, for scenario 2, the approach that was taken is to look at the further additional effect, the extra again on top of the baseline. So Dr. Wimble has taken the approach where each assessment is what he calls a novel assessment. So he's saying either this will happen or the other will happen. Whereas I've taken, and he's done that to avoid double counting. The approach I've taken to avoid double counting, and this approach has also been taken by others, is essentially to say how much extra the interaction would be added if you then added the scenario 2 wind farms in, and that's the difference between us. I just to confirm, really, there are often differences between practitioners in terms of the approach to cumulative assessment. Neither is wrong. The guidance isn't very prescriptive, or isn't prescriptive at all, really, in terms of terminology or approach. And we do often have these discussions around, how have you tackled this?
All right. Well, we'll come on to the practical kind of consequences and what the reporter needs to take away from your evidence in a second. But just going back to what Dr. Wimble says in his paragraph 3.1. So reservations concerning the applicant's assessment of cumulative effects have largely been clarified by their inquiry report. So I think that's the nomenclature, the language that you've used. The residual concern, however, the applicant's assessment of cumulative scenario 2 remains unclear. So that's the less certain baseline. You've explained what you've done, and you say your focus is on the additive effects, so the extra effects. Does that mean, according to Dr. Wimble, that somehow there's part of that equation missing, or that there's something that the reporter needs to add to your evidence, or is it something different? Is that not something that you say cumulative should look at?
I don't think he's suggesting anything's missing. It's just a case of the reporter understanding the slightly different approaches. All of the information is there, and particularly the packages of graphical information, which show how all of the wind farms would relate to one another, or do relate to one another, and there's zone of theoretical visibility maps that go with those. So no, I think it's just a case of confirming the way that we've used terminology.
And in one of the early answers in this run of questions, you You've been very clear you've concentrated on the additionality, and that's fine. But you also said that you had considered in combination effects, and that there was, I think your words were, lots of material before the reporter to explain. So just clarify that. So if the reporter is saying, well, look, where can I see what the applicant is saying about the in combination effects and so everything, if you like, what sort of materials would the reporter look at?
So the reporter would make reference both to the supplementary environmental information, CD 05.001, but also to the much longer hand assessment within the FEI chapter, which is CD 03.007. And in that chapter, discussion about cumulative begins on, it's page 36.
So that's all good in a sense that's a debate about methodology between professionals, which is, I think, largely cleared up according to Dr. Wimble in his latest material, and then you've explained the point in relation to scenario 2. Just leaving that kind of technical debate aside, what I want you to draw out for the reporter are the key points. You've explained how you've got there and what you've done, but what are the important points as far as you're concerned for this project?
Okay. The key point is essentially that Narachan will slightly extend and consolidate a cluster comprising the existing core and the under construction stage high constellation wind farm. And that really is the most fundamental point in terms of the cumulative assessment.
Okay.
Narachan wouldn't be seen to fill a gap, which was a concern raised over the previous project, the 17 turbine incarnation, and was addressed through the redesign, and that would have resulted in a greater level of cumulative effects. So it won't fill a gap, and it won't make a new cluster. So an example of a wind farm that would make a new cluster, for example, would be Narachan. It'll look reasonably compatible in scale with both core and high constellation. And this is just because of perspective. So essentially, it'll be further away from the key viewpoints on Narachan, sitting behind both core and high constellation in terms of distance.
Okay, so before we move on, I think what might be good is let's draw out some of the visualizations if you think that would bring that to life. So those are 3 key points. Where do you say we should go to see the graphic illustration of those points?
So within the SCI, CD 05.003, I would make reference to viewpoint 10, which is one of the key viewpoints for this inquiry.
Let's open that up. So that's Pern Mill. I thought you'd run away then for a minute, Mum. You've gone to get your folder, right? So we're looking at viewpoint 10.
Much easier on paper.
Exactly. So we're looking at viewpoint 10.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just open that up.
Sorry, which viewpoint was that?
So this is viewpoint 10.
10, thank you. From
Pern Mill. It just in terms of orientation, there is in the 23 SEI, I'm sure you are familiar with the locations, Mum, but there is a I mean, on there's a number of places, but on the figure 6.2a, which is the ZTV, all of the viewpoints are noted on there. So you can see that viewpoint 10 is marked in red, just to orient everybody as to where we are. But let's go to viewpoint.
Can I
10.
just give you the reference numbers, because
Of course you can, yeah.
So it's SCI figure 6.28.
Yeah.
And then there are two extended Y lines that follow that. I don't know if you've got hard copy or
I've got a hard copy
or you're
in
on a
yes.
computer.
So I'm turning down to my left. I do have a hard copy on my table. Yep. So
but
let's open those up.
Those two viewpoints, figures. So it's 6.28A and 6.28B.
Yep.
Got those, Mum? I'll just give you a moment to get those in front of you.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
Yeah, okay. So 6.28 B shows essentially Narachan in blue, Quora in grey, and High Constellation in green within the centre of the image. And this is the cluster that we're most concerned with for this inquiry. And you can see, I don't know if you're aware, but High Constellation is now, I understand, under construction, with turbines at just under 150 metres high. So you can see that High Constellation would have extended the cluster out to the right, the north, with core. But that in itself is sitting a little bit further back from core, which is the closest. And so the difference in turbine size isn't so apparent as you might otherwise expect. And Narachan, which is in blue, again, it's sitting further back again. So although the turbines would be bigger, and it partly sits behind core, the turbines also look reasonably comparable in terms of size. It is obvious that they're a little bit bigger, but that difference is masked essentially by the effect of perspective.
So the kind of points that you made as bullet points were, first of all, Narachan was going to slightly extend and consolidate a cluster comprising core, and then High Constellation, which you, I think, have said has started. That's point one. Secondly, it's not, I think you said it's not typically going to be seen to fill a gap or make a new cluster. I wonder whether you can just expand on that a little bit, either from this viewpoint or another. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so the concern that was raised by Carol Anderson in relation to the original project, the 17 turbine project, that Narachan would essentially fill the gap between the current Narachan and Dukeran Hill further to the south, so that run of wind farms, Clachay, Glen, Dukeran, Narachan, Core and High Constellation would become an almost continuous run of turbines. And so the applicant listened to the advice and removed a number of the southern turbines in order to ensure that gap was clearly maintained, and that the revised Narachan associated more strongly with core and the obviously now under construction High Constellation.
Okay. We've looked at so viewpoint 10. Are there any other viewpoints that make those points that you want to go to now?
I think that's probably sufficient. Okay. We'll come to some of the others later.
Okay, so you've dealt with the point about scale and perspective, and viewpoint 10 serves in relation to that. What's the effect going back to methodology a second, what's the effect of high constellation starting construction? What happens in terms of the scenarios?
Well, it's essentially it moves it into a more the more certain scenario, so part of scenario 1 rather than an uncertain scenario as part of scenario 2.
So bringing the points together in terms of scenario 1 baseline, so the consented baseline, what in relative terms does Narachan do?
Well, relatively, looking at it in terms of that cluster, it adds a little. So in some instances, for example, at this viewpoint that we have open, it's recognised as resulting in a moderate cumulative effect. So it does add to a degree to that cluster. Obviously, in other locations, it sits behind Quar or high constellation and therefore adds less, and therefore there wouldn't be a cumulative effect. And then in another location, which Dr. Wimble has drawn attention to, which is just south of the NSA, it shows the array, it extends the array further. So it obviously depends exactly where you are on that road. And this is very much a kind of, I suppose, a moving receptor. It's somebody walking along the coast path or walking along the coastal road, but the composition will vary slightly as you move along. But in most of the views, you're seeing Narachan associating with these two other wind farms and adding a little, not a large amount, and therefore not a major significant cumulative effect.
So just in relative terms, set against scenario 1 or scenario 2, does Narachan add more against scenario 1 or against scenario 2 in your view?
It adds more against scenario 1 because those wind farms that are considered within scenario 2, and I'll ask you just to turn the page over by way of example, are the wind farms in purple, so application stage, yellow, which is scoping, and appeal, which is also a brighter yellow. So Errigill, for example, obviously is a big proposal. It's further north, but it doesn't associate. Narachan doesn't associate with that. So the additional cumulative effect is much more associated with scenario 1 than it is with scenario 2. Essentially, we're not adding any purple or yellow projects in that vicinity of Narachan in simplest terms.
So just focusing on Errigill for a moment, we've got that open. That's the one in lilac in the middle. What do you say about that? So relative, just as a as a type of comparison with Narachan, what do you say Errigill would do in additive terms to the baselines?
Well, the key issue there would be that it's adding a new cluster, a new group of wind farms. So if I was undertaking an additional assessment for Errigill as opposed to for Narachan, then because you're essentially bringing in a new cluster, then I would be recording that as a significant additional effect.
Okay, and just as by way of example, so relative to Narachan, in relation to scenario 1, would Errigill have a greater or lesser effect? So as a comparison,
well, it's not part of scenario 1.
So scenario, yes, so that's right. Scenario 2, or in any of the scenarios in relation to the impacts, the additive impacts. What is your, just to give a sense of calibration, your view of Ergal vis-a-vis Narachan?
Oh, okay. So what you mean if I was looking at the two separately? Well, the additionality of Ergal would be greater than that of Narachan.
Okay.
Again, because it's bringing a new cluster.
Yes, and if you were then going to add a description in relation to what Ergal brings in terms of in combination effects, again, what would your view be relative to Narachan?
So if I was using the term in combination, I would actually be looking at the impact of every wind farm within that view. So it's not then a relative assessment. It's just looking at the total.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Ergal would make that skyline more developed. It would make it more developed to a greater extent than Narachan would, given that Narachan is associating with an existing cluster.
Okay, I think that's helpful just in terms of comparison and calibration. It shows kind of what you're doing. The last question in relation to cumulative is in relation to lighting. So in terms of cumulative effects of lighting, what would Narachan do?
So essentially, Narachan would add 5 more lights to what is currently a baseline where there are 4 at Ben and Turk 3 further to the south. The 2 sets of lights wouldn't interact because Ben and Turk south is quite a long way further south. It's within another cluster.
Okay, and we'll come back to that no doubt in either later today or on Friday. Right, next topic. We're almost there. Question or topic 5. This comes from Dr. Wimble's recognition. It's about inconsistency in visualizations. It's his paragraph 4.3. And what he says is, I agree with much of the applicant's discussion. They've no doubt made strenuous efforts to be accurate in their illustration and assessment of the extent and nature of effects. However, I note 2 issues that, in my view, affect the accuracy of the assessments, and that's one, inconsistency in visualizations, in which the apparent brightness of the lights has changed for VPs 10 and 13 between the FEI and the SCI. And then secondly, the FEI assessment of effects at VPs 10 and 13 based on the FEI visualizations is not updated in the SCI, despite the apparent change in representation of light intensity. So that's the top context of the questions. And I just want your response, first of all, to bullet point 1. So that's inconsistency in the visualizations.
Okay, so the 2021 visualizations shouldn't be used, and I've confirmed that within my inquiry report, because as Nature Scott helpfully pointed out, the timing stated on the visualization was 1 hour out due to a British summertime / Greenwich Mean Time issue with the camera. That wasn't a simple typo. That did also influence the level of light that was shown. So the modelling is quite sophisticated, and it seeks to model the level of light as it would be seen at different times. So just to confirm, reference should only really be made to the 2023 visualizations. The other difference was because Nature Scott requested that the applicant used darker photography, so photography that was taken a bit later. So similarly, to compare the two would be comparing something that was different. Again, the model seeks to take account of the time of day and the level of darkness. Because
so just to break there, can you draw a straight comparison between the 2021 set and the 2023 set?
No, No, and also when the work was done again in 2023, some further refinements were made because of the availability of a data sheet on the lighting. And that enabled refinements to the position, the exact position and geometry of the light, and also to the size of the light. So, it would be comparing apples and pears, basically, to try and compare the two sets.
Okay, so we're looking at the 2023 visualizations. That's fine. Got that. In terms of how visualizations depict lights, can you just give a flavour of that? How's it done?
Just to confirm, really, that light within a visualization can only ever be indicative. So the modelling doesn't build an exact replica of the light. So the mounting, the shielding, the shape of the light, the bulb cluster or the single bulb, and the exact emission characteristics don't form part of the model, and they couldn't. So the visualizations also depict light as essentially pixels of color. So you're seeing small red squares or pink squares or white squares. If you zoom in far enough, it doesn't show brightness. You know, if you take a photograph of the sun, you see white squares on a photograph. If you zoom right in, you don't see brightness. So I suppose caution needs to be exercised in terms of looking at visualizations and seeing brightness. You're not seeing brightness, you're seeing color.
Okay, that's a bit of the science. So in terms of the differences then that Dr. Wimble says he sees and highlights, do you see those?
I don't perceive the differences in the way that Guy perceives them. Dr. Wimble perceives them. I do agree that the visualizations look different. If you zoom right in, and I zoomed into, I think the maximum my computer allowed was 1800%. You can see that they look different. There are pixels of white, pixels of red. What the main thing that you're seeing is the size, really. So viewpoint 10 is closer to the light than viewpoint 13 by about 3 or 4 kilometers. So because you're closer, you're seeing more pixels. There's also another thing that goes on when you take a photograph, and I understand this from my discussions with Dr. Lumsden, that the sensors in the back of a camera cause the colour to bleed. So although a human eye sees a light essentially as a dot, a sharp pinprick, a camera will cause that to kind of to spread out and the object to look larger. He referred to it as colour bleed. Right. So that's another technical issue around taking photographs of lights.
Okay, so at the longer distances, you've dealt with the lower level distances, you're saying that they're significantly closer, they appear larger, that's fine. The longer distances then, how many, not precisely, but is it a lot of pixels that show those lights as a long distance, or is it a smaller number?
It's an extremely small number. We're talking about, 3, 4, 5 sort of pixels. So you have to zoom, right in. But in zooming right in, there are all sorts of other issues that come into play. So the resolution of the camera, the settings, the paper or the screen. So
yeah, without getting too techie about it, you have a pixel. Can a pixel show? Does a pixel show one color, or does it show more than one color?
Each pixel only shows one color.
And therefore, in terms, if it was picking out, if there were a number of colors, how are they recorded? Does that look for the most dominant color, or how does it work in terms of picking out the color in that particular pixel?
there's an element of averaging, so it'll pick out the most dominant colour or the most prevalent colour.
Right. So in terms of those longer distances, small number of pixels, and then there's a pixel is one colour, and then you've got averaging going on, and that's why you get the presentation that you get.
Yes. Yeah, if you zoom right in, but I don't think that they should be used in that way.
I was about to say, that's all very techie, very kind of sciencey about pixels and all the rest of it. But what do you say, what are you asking the reporter to do with, we can have a sterile debate, that's fine. But what are you actually asking the reporter to do with the visualizations, and how should they be used in assessment?
Yes, so visualizations are just one tool. I'm required to make a judgment based on a whole range of things. So background data, conversations, for example, with Dr. Lumsden, the field work we did, observations in the field, other research. Visualizations always have limitations, and that's set out clearly within the Landscape Institute guidance note on visualizations. Just give you the reference number for that. There's a technical guidance note from 2019, and it's CD 13.007.
Mm-hmm.
And those limitations are also reflected within the hardback book, Glivia,
right.
CD 13.001.
So they're a snapshot, they're a tool.
They're a tool. They're taken at one time of day, one location, one weather condition. They're not what leads me to determine to make my judgment. My judgment must consider a whole plethora of things, and most importantly, really, my experience in the field.
Right, that's helpful. Shorter point, I suspect, in relation to bullet point 2. So that was the FEI assessment of effects, viewpoints 10 and 13, based on the FEI, is not updated in the SEI. Did you look at them again?
Yes, they were reviewed, but as I say, significance isn't determined by exactly what the visualizations are showing. The data in terms of the levels of light were also important. So they remain as they were set out in the FEI, so there was no need to update them.
So it's not that they were forgotten. Not that they were forgotten or missed out. You looked at them, applied your professional judgment, and there were no changes made. That's the reason that they might appear to not have been amended, but actually it was a part of an active process. Is that the point?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Last topic I want to deal with the special qualities, and if we could, this is picked up again from Dr. Wimble's recognition. It's in a number of places, but it's his paragraphs 5.7 and 8. So if you could just find those, and what Dr. Wimble says is this: my assessment details effects on the 2 SLQs, which I consider to be the most adversely affected. Of course, there were 3, but then the 2 that Dr. Wimble was interested in. So number 1, exceptional area for outdoor recreation, which is an overarching quality expressed across the whole NSA. Distinctive coastline with a rich variety of forms, which is expressed only within coastal areas. And then he says the 2 SOQs expressed in many areas across the NSA, but particularly strongly in the west, including the Perm Mill Hills and the coastal area facing Kintyre. Less frequented than the rest, rugged granite ridges, coastline facing the Ayrshire mainland, easily accessed from Brodick and Ferris to Arran, while the Western Hills are less dramatic, coast further from populations, those strong qualities of remoteness. That's the overall context of the question. So I want to ask you, do you agree that the special landscape quality in bullet 1 is most strongly expressed in the west, so on the west of Arran?
No, I don't, and I've spent many years as a recreational visitor going to Arran, as I'm sure many of us in this room have, and the key area that people go to are the mountains in the northeast. So Goat Fell is a magnet for people, partly because of its accessibility, but partly because of the drama and interest of those northeastern ridges, the higher hills. They're a magnet for hill walkers and climbers. The hills in the west are, as the special as Dr. Wimble says, less dramatic and less frequented. So they attract different sorts of people. But in terms of, again, we're back to numbers, the larger number of people are visiting those northeastern mountains, and a smaller number of people will be visiting those western hills. And obviously the coast probably has an equal importance in terms of recreational visitors all the way around, being an island.
I was just going to ask that. So you've dealt with the hills, and in terms of coastal opportunities, do they extend equally or roughly equally around the entirety of the coast, or are they focused east or west?
Focused around the whole island.
Okay. So to what extent then do you say, or do you consider that the exceptional area for recreation will be affected?
Okay, so I agree that Arran is a popular recreational destination, in part because of its proximity to the Central Belt and its accessibility to people who live there. It combines dramatic mountains, coast, and accessibility. But I do not agree that its value as a recreational destination would be significantly affected. I think it would be maybe different if there were no wind farms on Kintyre. But Narachan would associate with that existing cluster. And I cannot see how there would be more than a minor further effect as a result of Narachan. And I cannot see how that small additional effect would alter the importance as an exceptional area for outdoor recreation.
It might be a planning matter, and if so, just say that's for Mr. Bell. But in terms of a metric, so I don't know, like deterrence, if I reckon wind farm is constructed, what's your feeling about, do people go, goodness me, that used to be an exceptional area for recreation, but it's so harmed now, I'm not going to go. What's your view in terms of that, the impact, in other words, the mechanism by which Narachan impacts on Arran being an exceptional area for recreation?
I've read the various reports by Bigger Economics on impacts on tourism, and I know the findings are that there is no impact on tourism or recreation, but I think that is really a matter for Mr. Bell.
Okay. So that's the mountains. To what extent do you consider that the distinctive coastline would be affected? So
my reading of this special landscape quality is that it's all about the raised beach and the geomorphological landforms, which this SLQ is most concerned with. So as you walk or drive along the coast, you're on this raised beach feature because of isostatic uplift or sea level fall relative to the land. So you have a raised beach and you have a raised cliff line beyond, and there are lots of lovely features of that former coastline: big rocks, windswept trees, and a kind of nice flat area essentially that the road is built along and that you can walk along. So it's very much this fascinating geomorphological feature that the SLQ is concerned with. It does make reference to views along the coast and across the water. But to me, those views across the water are kind of much more peripheral, really, than the views along the coast and the geomorphology that we're all there. I know there's a field study centre at Loch Ranza, and many students go there to learn about coastal geomorphology, and I'm sure this is what they're looking at. So, you know, this is, to me, it is that geomorphology that we're interested in, and of course, wind farms are very much part and parcel of that view across the water to Kintyre, as are, you know, large-scale coniferous plantations as well. There's a sense of that being far away in a different place. You can see it, but it's not really impacting your immediate appreciation of that special landscape quality.
It's just, I mean, a couple of points coming from that what you've just described. I think that sense of here-ness and there-ness, what you said is it's peripheral, somewhere over there. To what extent? You've obviously got the body of water, and the things have been said about that. But what's your feeling about the water and the impact that has on sense of immediacy and that here-ness and there-ness point?
Yeah, I mean, water essentially gives you that sense of seclusion, you being away from it all. That's why people go to islands, because they can escape from it all. They may be able to see things in another place, but they can't get there. Therefore, there is that sort of sense of being away from it. In some weather conditions, it can also make things look nearer. So you're seeing across the water. So I also recognise that. But there's always that sense of you being here and that being there, essentially, especially at the distances we're talking here, which are sort of 10, 11 or so kilometres, quite a long way away.
In terms of the coastal shelf, are there any viewpoints that we've already been to viewpoint 10? That's at Per Mill. I mean, that's a good example. Are there any others that you want to open up?
There are a number of photographs that are included, both within my inquiry report and within Dr. Wimble's inquiry report.
I think he was blessed with amazing weather by the look of his photographs.
Yeah, he's got some beautiful photographs. I'm not sure if they're numbered or if indeed I need to actually go to the specific photographs, but as you look through, I'm going to find them. Unfortunately, my copy's black and white, so it doesn't do them full justice, but essentially photographs on page 24 of Dr. Wimble's inquiry report. 23, the photographs on 23 are very good examples, actually, looking along that coastal shelf.
Yeah, that's not dissimilar, is it, to viewpoint 10 at Per Mill? And then you've got the shingle beaches looking across the Sound on page 24. Okay.
Yeah.
So that gives a flavour of of what you're talking about and why you say what you say. So bringing those points together, then the suggestion from Nature, Scott, is about, well, there's an undermining of integrity. This is the last point I want you to deal with in chief. There's an undermining of integrity. And I want to understand why, whether you agree with that, and if not, why not?
Okay, well, there's a couple of points here. Neither Dr. Wimble or myself consider that there'll be significant impacts on the landscape character units.
We just pick that up from what he's got to say in his precognition. Just, I mean, I don't think it's going to be in dispute, but it's in his so it's in his precognition and paragraph 3. So we've already dealt with 3.1 under relation to cumulative, but then under 3.2, This is his resting position. My assessment is that the proposed development would have the following effects. So landscape and visual effects would be concentrated on the western part of the NSA, including the coast between Narachan in the north and Macri in the south, and the Purnell Hills above the coast. And then got this landscape effects of the proposed development alone, or in addition to cumulative baselines, would not be significant.
Yes.
Although total cumulative effects, that's the altogether the in combination effects of future scenarios, could be significant for the coastal areas. They're just leaving the everything together might be. In terms of the additional effects, so of the proposed development alone or in addition to cumulative baselines, there appears to be agreement that there would be no significant effects there in landscape terms. Is that right?
Yes, we both agree that there'd be no significant effects on the component landscape character areas types.
So given that, just let me ask the next question then. Given that the landscape character where those SLQ or where the SLQs are experienced, there's a point of agreement that they're not significantly affected in landscape terms. How logical or otherwise is it, do you say, for Nature Scott and Dr. Wimble then to get to the point where the SLQs are undermined?
To me, it feels illogical. I would expect some recognition of significant effects on landscape character in the areas where those SLQs are going to be experienced. I mean, SLQs also can pick up on other things. And indeed, we see they do. They pick up on recreation, for example, that may not be picked up by a landscape character type. So that would be one thing I would consider. But I would also think about the severity of those impacts. So we know there are no significant effects in terms of character, but we do know there are some significant effects on views.
Yeah. So picking up on his third bullet point, let's just go into that. So we've dealt with landscape, but then his third bullet point, 3.2, that there will be significant adverse visual effects on receptors, approximately between Thundergate in the north, to Gary Point in the south, residents in coastal settlements, scattered dwellings, walkers on the Arran coastal route, cyclists, motorists on the C147, kayakers, recreational sailors, and also hill walkers on west-facing slopes, summits, and ridges of the Purnell Hills. So that's what Dr. Wimble's got to say about visual effects. And you agree, your assessment is that there are going to be some significant effects on views. But just translate the same question. How do you get from that basket of effects towards undermining the SLQs?
Yes, so essentially, as you say, we agree in terms of the level of significance of effects on views. Moderate rather than the highest category, major, and a relatively small number of views within the context of the national scenic area as a whole. I find it useful to take up the ZTV.
Let's do that.
And I've provided
which one do you want to do?
An enlarged ZTV as part of my inquiry report.
I think that's figure C1.
Yeah, figure C1.
So let's go to that.
Don't know if you have this in hard copy, Mum, but it's a very useful reference document, particularly for your site visits. So on this ZTV, and this is for the tips, the top of the turbines as opposed to the hubs. The other one shows where hubs would be visible, but you can see the extent of visibility across the national scenic area as a whole. The visibility is indicated in purple. The national scenic area is indicated. Now that's going to make things confusing. Also in purple, but a strong purple line. So one of the things I would consider is, for example, other areas where the special landscape qualities can still be fully appreciated and would be completely unaffected. And of course, you can see that a very large part of the NSA would be completely unaffected. There is no purple shading, therefore they're in what I would call visual shadow. There are substantial glens. There are the higher hills over to the east, where there will be some glimpses of Narachan from those far distant views to the east. So Goat Fell is viewpoint 24, for example, and there would be a glimpse of a view, but neither party considers that to be significant. But the bulk of that area would remain completely unaffected, and so my position is, a position of recognising some impact in terms of special qualities in some places, but that's a minor level of impact. It's not a significant level of impact.
Now, Dr. Wimble, in his inquiry report, produces his assessment of the effects on special landscape qualities for the Narachan wind farm. It's page 55 of his report. And I mean, he will present that evidence and I will question him about it. So we're not going to go through it in detail, but the summary he provides on page 61 number of bullet points in relation to turbines appearing on the skyline, walkers on the Permill Hills experience significant primary and cumulative effects, reducing the currently high proportion of undeveloped skyline. Effects will adversely affect the experience of remote tranquility wilderness. And then it gets to this: in conclusion, the objectives of designation would be compromised by this proposal, as there would be significant adverse effects on two of the qualities for which the North Arran NSA has been designated. And whilst the effects are concentrated on the west side of the NSA, they're sufficiently significant and extensive to compromise the overall integrity of the North Arran NSA. So Dr. Wimble is saying, agrees there are no significant landscape effects. That's agreed in the character areas. There are an agreed number of visual effects, but then there's a parting of the ways. He goes to say, well, actually, not just that there are significant effects, but there's an undermining of the NSA and the overall compromise the overall integrity of the North Arran NSA. You've got obviously a very much reduced assessment. So that's the, if you like, that's the difference. And I just want to understand from you, really, with a final question: if integrity, in your view, was going to be affected, so if there was going to be, there were going to be impacts which went as far as Dr. Wimble is suggesting, what would you expect the effects to be? What sort of thing might that be to have the consequence that Dr. Wimble is suggesting that Narachan has?
So I would expect effects to be more widespread, or to be more significant, or both. I'm aware of the inquiry decision that Dr. Wimble lodged for Catlick, for example, where there was impact on the tops of lone mountains, and I think he's drawing comparisons here. But that case was very different. The impacts were much more severe and much closer. So I would expect those impacts to. I wouldn't expect just to be seeing moderate effects in terms of visual effects. For example, I would be expecting to see some major effects. I wouldn't expect to just be seeing essentially the western edge to be potentially affected by visibility. I would be expecting to see larger areas in places. I wouldn't expect necessarily to be in a situation where there's very clear separation by Kilbrannan Sound and that kind of sense of, as we went through before, it being over there, away from me. All of these things are judgments which would lead me to suggest that integrity and the overall purpose of the designation would not be significantly affected.
And in terms of the SLQs being appreciated with no change in terms of the area, the extent of the designation, can you just give a view on that?
Well, a very large part of the designated landscape would be completely unaffected, and the special landscape qualities across all of those areas would be completely unaffected.
Okay, and then the last question really is this: you say it's professional judgment. Of course, that's the basket of effects. We've got Dr. Wimble's assessment, but in terms of the basket of effects that you've identified, to what extent, in terms of a scale, I don't mind how you suggest this, to what extent do you say it's reasonable or more extreme for Dr. Wimble to get to a finding that there's been a wholesale undermining of the designation from the basket of effects that's identified? How do you characterise his evidence?
Well, it feels more extreme. I think I could understand if we were in a position where core and high constellation weren't already there or weren't already going to be there. But given the situation whereby we're essentially building on a cluster, and those are definitely going to be there or are already there, I find that Dr. Wimble's conclusions feel quite extreme.
Thank you very much. Right, those are the 6 topics that I wanted to deal with in time-honoured fashion. Ms. Oxley, if there's anything you want to add to your evidence in chief because you think I've missed it?
No, thank you.
Good, that's evidence in chief. I'm just an hour and a half, maybe sensible to have a short break. I don't know before Mr. Gray starts, if that's sensible.
Yeah, I think so. If we could have maybe a 10 to 15 minute break, and then it gives us a bit of time before lunch, would people be happy with that? Then yeah. Okay, so back here at about 5 to 12. Don't leave the call, but just turn your cameras off. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye. You'd be happy to make a start. Yeah. Okay, so I'll hand over to Mr. Greg.
Apologies, ma'am. Could we wait just a minute or so? We're just waiting for our witness to return to the room.
That's quite all right. That's fine. Just let me know when you're ready.
Will do. That's us. Ready now.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Oxley.
Good morning.
Just a few questions arising out of Chief there. That's covered a number of the issues that I was hoping to look at as well, and perhaps we can go revisit those in a little bit more detail in due course. But just to pick up on a couple of points to start off with. I do have a list of documents that I'm intending to refer to, but provided you're content, perhaps we can just bring those up as and when, depending on how the questions go, rather than load them all at the moment. Would that be okay?
That's okay.
Thank you. So there was quite a bit of discussion during your chief there about cumulative impact, and how your methodology has perhaps differed from Dr. Wimble's. Could we go to Dr. Wimble's inquiry report, please? And I'm looking at paragraph 4.12. So the core document reference there, ma'am, if you don't have it open already, is 15.034. Just let me know when you've got that, please, Ms. Oxley.
Thanks, I've got that.
I've got that too.
Thank you. So here we have Dr. Wimble's explanation of the terminology for standalone and cumulative effects as used in his assessment. And we see that first bullet point there, primary effects. If I just read that out, primary effects are the standalone effect of the proposed development on its own, measured against the existing baseline landscape review, including operational wind energy developments in terms of magnitude of change experienced by landscape or visual receptors. In this case, the cumulative nature of the effect is not under consideration. I had understood you to say during Chief that Dr. Wimble's primary assessment didn't include operational wind energy developments. So it's just to flag for your consideration that he says that he does here. Would you accept that?
I think what I'm saying is he says, in this case, the cumulative nature of effect is not under consideration. But my position is that you are still considering the impact of the proposal against existing projects. So in some respects, even the primary assessment is cumulative, given the situation that we have in Scotland, where wind farms are very much part of the landscape.
Okay, but you'd accept, of course, that his primary effects assessment here includes operational wind energy development. That's what he's doing.
That's what he says, but then he goes on to say that cumulative effect is not a consideration. So I would say it is actually, but you're only essentially considering what's there.
Okay, but setting aside whether or not that should be categorized as cumulative assessment, that you're content that that's what he is doing under the primary effects.
Yeah, I think he's focusing on the standalone rather than the relationship with what is there. That's what I take from his statement anyway.
Okay, so you're content with the statement?
I'm content with the statement, but I've told you how I'm reading it. Yes.
There was also some discussion about total effects and how these are used in the cumulative assessments. Could we turn up the relevant methodology appendix in the FEI, please? That's core document CD003 067. That's the LBIA methodology appendix 6.1. And I'm looking to go to A6.1.64 once you've got that. It's on PDF page 20 and page 16 of the hard copy, I think. You have that?
Yes.
So we read here, the cumulative assessment therefore focuses on the additional cumulative change which may result from the introduction of a proposed development. The cumulative assessment may also make reference to total, also referred to as combined cumulative effects, where these have the potential to be significant. So do we read here that total effects, also referred to as combined, is that to say the in combination effects, so the effects of all development are taken as a whole?
Where I refer to additional and total, that is equal to what Mr. Wimble is calling additional. So that terminology total is being used in a different way. I'm not referring to in combination effects within the tabulated assessment.
But in the FEI, do we read here that where reference is made to total, where that is a reference to an in combination cumulative assessment?
Yeah, the way that word is used there is referring to in combination. Yeah, because it's not using it in association with the word additional.
Right. Okay. So you're not using total in the same way in your report. Is that what you're saying?
Where reference is made to additional and total, essentially we're talking about additional, to use Dr. Wimble's language and to keep it simple for everybody.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I can pick up with Dr. Wimble about his thoughts on that in due course. Just a few introductory questions, really. Have you undertaken field work for the purposes of your assessment?
Yes.
And what field work have you undertaken?
I visited primarily North Arran for the purposes of this inquiry, and I've been to the viewpoints. I didn't go to the viewpoint 13 at night because it's winter and it would have been too dangerous to do so, but I have been there previously in the daytime. I've also been to Goat Fell. Again, I didn't do it just immediately prior to this inquiry because it's winter, but I've been there on a number of occasions. I visited Arran on many occasions in the past as well, so I'm building on my existing knowledge.
Okay, that field work, did I understand you correctly there to say that it included a nighttime visit to not to the hills, but around the western coast? Is that right?
Yes.
The relevant viewpoints there.
Yeah. Although we didn't go to the summit of the hill, we went up to above AP4 up towards AP5. So it did include going up onto the hills and waiting up there until darkness fell. But it would actually have been too dangerous to go up onto the summit in those conditions.
Okay, thank you. Do you accept that landscape and visual assessments inform an assessment on the special landscape qualities of the national scenic area?
Absolutely, yes.
And would you also accept that an assessment of the special landscape qualities of a national scenic area is nonetheless a separate assessment to either a landscape or a visual assessment?
It's a kind of additional layer, but the landscape and visual impact assessment and all the supporting appendices should feed into that, including particularly the assessment of impacts on landscape character.
Okay, so would it be fair to say then that the landscape and visual assessments inform the assessment on special landscape qualities, but there is a further level of assessment in order to undertake that final step?
Yes, it's a separate assessment.
Okay.
But informed by, all of the work that's done and all of the analysis that's done to undertake the more holistic landscape and visual impact assessment.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, I'd just like to go through landscape, visual, and before turning to the assessment of the special landscape qualities, but hopefully we can take them reasonably quickly. In terms of landscape, you've already discussed during your chief, and it's clear from the evidence, to me anyway, that you're largely in agreement with Dr. Wimble in terms of your respective landscape assessments. I do note that some of the key characteristics of the LCTs, of the landscape character types, contain visual elements. Would you accept that those visual elements are not determinative when it comes to an LCT assessment?
Well, the landscape characteristics are considered in the round, and the impact upon those characteristics is considered in the round. And we both agree that there would not be significant impacts on the relevant landscape character types on North Arran.
Okay. Visual impact assessment then. Again, I understand you're largely in agreement. I just want to explore whether there is in fact any differences between parties as to the extent of those effects. Could we go to your report now, please? At paragraph 5.29. That's core document 15.033, ma'am.
You mean my inquiry report?
Your inquiry report, yes.
And sorry, say it again a bit more slowly. Paragraph
5.29.
Sorry, there's a bit of feedback on this, so I may ask you to repeat at times. 5.29.
Yes, please feel free to do so if you don't hear me, or if feedback gets in the way.
Okay, I have paragraph 5.29.
Okay, I understand this to be a summary of your visual impact assessment and the parties' respective views. So if I just read this quickly, leaving aside the uncertainty of NatureScot's assessment for Cope Fell, it appears that there is agreement between the applicant and NatureScot as to the location of significant visual effects, i.e. viewpoints 10, 13 and 22, including the settlement of Pernmill itself, the closer, within 11 kilometres of the nearest turbine, parts of the C147 road, and the closer, within 11 kilometres of the nearest turbine, sections of the Arran Coastal Way between Imachar Point and which also passes through Pernmill. Now, I'm just wondering really about this part in parenthesis, within 11 kilometres of the nearest turbine. If we consider the Arran Coastal Way first, you've got a helpful table actually at the appended to your report. Could we go to PDF page 114? If you're using a hard copy, I think it's recreational routes in the table essentially, which summarises the impacts.
Could you just give me the page reference at the bottom right-hand side?
Yes, it's B9, LUCI B9. It should be 114 of the PDF.
Yeah.
So this is, as I understand, is a summary of the impacts that have been assessed by yourself and in the environmental information. So we see here under the heading recreational routes, the Arran Coastal Way. Do you have that?
I do, yes.
And then in this is making a comparison, I think, between the various environmental impact assessments that have been provided. But in the fifth column, we see, and that's headed up, if I scroll up, that's the significance of effects from the revised 2021 FEI. And we see here it says, within approximately 15 kilometres, moderate, adverse and significant long-term reversible. So I'm just wondering if the 11 kilometres is a typo in 5.29 and you in fact think that the significant effects would extend to approximately 15 kilometres. Is that right?
I think within has been used as containing, but essentially these locations are at about 11 kilometres distance as you run. Essentially that northwest coast is at 11 kilometres. It's just beyond. I'm looking at my figure C.1 within the back of my proof of evidence. So you can see the distance bands. You've got the 5 kilometre, the 10 kilometre, and the 15.
Yeah, so that's a useful figure actually. Let's bring that up. Okay, yes, figure C1 here, and yes, I can see the bands you're talking about, 5, 10, 15. So we've got viewpoint 22 highlighted there between 10 and 15.
Yeah.
Am I correct in thinking that's 12 kilometres, approximately 12 kilometres?
Yeah, that's approximately 12 kilometres.
Okay, so significant effects are extending out to at least 12. How far beyond that would you say that these significant effects extend? Would you say 15 was a fair approximation, or?
I think 15. I think 15 is probably too far, but essentially, I'm happy to amend that to 12. If we're wanting to be a bit more precise there, but I wouldn't say that the effects on those recreational routes are necessarily significant at 15 kilometres.
Okay, so
they fade basically from moderate at those closer ranges at viewpoint 10, for example, and then gradually would fade out so that they're not significant by the time you get to around 15. Okay. or beyond 12, shall we say.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to make sure that there's not a dispute there. We can pick up with Dr. Wimble, of course, as to his thoughts on that point. Can I ask, though, are you able to say between approximately what locations, using figure C1 and perhaps the western coast, that significant effects would extend?
In terms of those recreational routes, one would have to be careful to say either to provide exact points or exact distances, because obviously as you walk along the road, it is a road, the route follows the road, then visibility will come and go. There are points where there are trees or parts of the cliff line, or you go inland a little way and therefore you wouldn't see the coast. So it wouldn't be continuous, but essentially the stretch of the coastline where those linear receptors, the road primarily would be more affected, would be between around viewpoint 22 and up to where it says about area A on my map.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I wonder if we could have a quick look at some of the viewpoints. Could we bring up viewpoint 10? You were looking at this earlier. CD, I think if we look at the one in the supplementary information, CD 05017.
We should probably also have to hand the full FEI because these are just Y lines.
Yes, I'm content just to ask questions based on the wire lines if you're happy with that.
Yeah, so long as the reporter notes the importance of looking at the full photo montages.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
So looking at viewpoint 10 here, and I'm just at the figure 628B, where we can see Narachan on the wire line there at the second half of the page. I find it helpful to zoom in a little bit so you can see quite clearly Narachan, Coeur, High Constellation, Jupiter and Hill. Now, if we can also have to hand your report and paragraph 5.17 of your report. This is your assessment of viewpoint 10.
Yes.
So 8 lines down where we read the proposed development will consolidate and extend. Do you have that?
Yes.
So we read here, the proposed development will consolidate and extend the existing Coeur wind farm as seen in views from Pern Mill. The proposed development will result in a medium-scale change. The ZTV indicates theoretical visibility from much of the west coast of Arran. Thus, the geographical extents of similar views are considered to be widespread. Overall, the magnitude of change during the operational phase will be medium, and taking account of the high sensitivity, will result in a moderate adverse and significant visual effect, daytime. Now, going back to the wireline that we've just brought up, would you accept that this viewpoint shows adverse visual impacts in terms of turbine stacking and the overlapping of blades when it comes to Narachan?
Yes, although I think you'll find that's rather more apparent on a wireline where all the turbines are pointing upwards than would be apparent in reality. And again, perhaps worth turning up the relevant FEI visualization so that you get a better understanding of what it may look like.
Okay, and no doubt the reporter can do that, but just as a general concept, you'd accept that.
Yeah, there is some stacking there. But I mean, the other thing to say is that that the exact composition changes as you move along.
Of course.
Pern Mill is a very strung out settlement, and so if you went half a kilometre either side, the exact composition would look different.
Yes, but this is nonetheless a representative viewpoint, is it not?
Yeah, but a representative viewpoint could have been taken almost at any point, you know, along that long, strung out settlement. So the exact composition would always have changed.
Yeah. And would you accept that in this view, we also get adverse impacts in terms of Narachan appearing to present as a more grid-like pattern rather than the random and natural spread of the other developments, Coeur, High Constellation. Would you accept that categorization?
Well, at the exact point of the viewpoint, you are seeing some alignment of turbines. I don't think you're seeing a grid-like pattern. You know, as I say, if you moved 100 yards further along the road in one direction or the other, that exact alignment would be less apparent. And I also think as I mentioned, it's very much drawn attention to by the fact you've got this very sort of unnatural situation where the turbines are all standing tall. So just for the reporter's benefit, FEI figure 6.28E perhaps gives a slightly more realistic representation than the bare wireline view.
We can go there if you think it would be helpful. Would you have a core document reference for that, Ms. Altsing?
With every figure being given its own core document, it would take me a while to get there, but give me a moment. And if anyone else gets there quicker, then please do shout.
Is it CD 3.046, figure 6.28? Is that what you're referring to?
Hang on. I can usually remember core document numbers, but not when we have so many. Herne Mill is 03.046.
Yeah, that's where I am. And are you suggesting looking at the photo montage?
Yes.
Figure E?
E. Yeah, E's the page I'm on.
Okay. And
but
yes,
what this doesn't show is High Constellation.
Yes, indeed.
Because obviously it was done before we had confirmation that High Constellation was proceeding at the consented height as opposed to the new application that we believe is not progressing.
Yes, so the reporter can have regard to that, and we can see there the impacts that we've been discussing. In terms of, would you agree that from this viewpoint, Narachan presents a more chaotic visual image than Coeur and High Constellation?
Once the turbines are in their more randomized position, no, I don't.
You don't, okay.
No, I mean there are some gaps. When you see all the turbines portrayed in white within the visualization, and you also consider the fact that this isn't a static viewpoint as such, it's representative of a stretch of coast. I don't think that the essentially a casual observer would perceive a strong difference. I think the wireline just shows a very artificial type situation. You can see some degree of stacking within High Constellation, for example. But again, that it would be less apparent when the turbines are in their random positions and rotating. So
I noticed that these factors, the stacking, the overlapping of blades, are not addressed in your paragraph 5.17. Does that mean that the impact's even worse than you've described there?
No, it's just not drawn attention, partly because of the distance. The design and exact layout of a wind farm is of less relevance, when it's seen in combination with other wind farms, because you don't see the pure design standing on its own, but also when you're further away And when you look at the visualization, and indeed when you look on site, you're not perceiving design in that same way, and it's very artificial to suggest that design as experienced from a static viewpoint that's essentially representing a linear receptor. It's not such a key consideration. As I say, as soon as you move one way or the other, the exact composition is going to change.
Yes, but we have these viewpoints to have regard to. Could we perhaps look at another one? Viewpoint 13. Again, if you're happy to do so, I'm content to look at the wireline, which is CD05.018.
And if we can also turn up the corresponding visualization, I'd be grateful. So that's, sorry, just turning to it myself.
Got that as SEI figure 631B.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got both those in front of me now.
Sorry, what was the other document that you were wanting to refer to, Ms. Oxley?
FEI 03049.
Okay. Yep, I have that as well. So this is obviously taken from up the hills, viewpoint 13. And if we could also turn up the relevant paragraph of your reports, that's 5.24 when you turn your attention to viewpoint 13. Oh, sorry, it's 5.19.
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay, and we have here the fourth. So we have the sentence there starting, the proposed development will occupy, and that is, I think, 4 sentences from the end of that paragraph. Do you have that?
Yeah, got that.
We read, the proposed development will occupy a relatively small angle of wider panoramic views and will appear as a medium scale change in the view. Within 15 kilometres, the ZTV indicates visibility from the multiple summits of Ben Verrain in the northwest of Arran and the western facing slopes of the hill. The geographical extent of similar views is considered to be medium, limited to the west facing slopes of the Pernville Hills. Overall, the magnitude of visual change during the operational phase will be medium, and taking account of the high sensitivity will result in a moderate adverse and significant visual effect. Daytime, with apologies for the Gaelic pronunciation there. So looking then at the wire lines, or your photo montage if you wish, do you accept here that we were also seeing adverse impacts in terms of turbine stacking and the overlapping clustering of blades?
Yes, and that's taken account of within the assessment. But again, at this sort of distance, design will be a lot less apparent. What you do see here is because you're higher up on the hills and you're looking down upon them, the scale difference is a bit more apparent, although they look actually quite comparable with the turbines of high constellation, and indeed actually the level of overlapping and stacking. If you look at high constellation to the right of the image is actually quite similar.
Would you accept that there's a perspective effect here of the larger Narachan turbines being behind Coor in this view, making the Narachan turbines appear almost looming over Core and therefore larger than both Core and High Constellation. Is that something that you'd agree to here?
You can see that they're larger turbines. I wouldn't say they would be seen as looming over. Again, I think because you're looking at a wireline here, and it's very flat. You know, you've got a matrix of a hatch. The wireline doesn't really give you that 3D sense of landscape, does it? But if you look at the visualization, and again bear in mind that High Constellation isn't shown on that visualization, essentially you see a cluster of turbines. Size, yes, the size is a bit more apparent, but I wouldn't say that Narachan appears to loom over Core. It's a cluster of turbines seen at what distance are we here? 14 kilometers, so a long way away. You'd have to have pretty good visibility to see this sort of level of clarity anyway. I mean, this was an exceptional day when the photograph was taken.
Okay, and the point about it, just from the wireline, given that's got High Constellation on it as well, do you think there is a prospective effect given Narachan being positioned behind Core, which makes Narachan look larger than High Constellation? Appear larger in the view?
To me, Narachan and High Constellation from that view look almost identical. I think if both were built and an observer was taken to that hill and asked which were the bigger turbines, they would probably say they're both the same. They would perceive that Core was smaller. Okay, and
the same question again, really, as from viewpoint 10, would you accept that Narachan's presenting as a grid-like appearance here, which would be an adverse impact?
You're seeing some alignment of the turbines, yes, in the same way as you are with High Constellation. But that is taken account of within that judgment. And indeed, Dr. Wimble and I agree in terms of the level of impact from that location. We both say the effects would be moderate, not major, moderate.
Okay. And have you taken account of all these impacts in the assessment that you've undertaken?
Yes, of course.
Just to round this off then, could we also turn up viewpoint 22 from America Point? That's CD 03.058. We can turn up the corresponding.
Is that within the FEI?
Sorry, yes. It's I don't believe there is a figure for the SEI. So yes, that's in the FEI, that one.
Yes, I have that.
And again, the relevant paragraph of your report, that's 5.24.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the penultimate sentence there. The introduction of the proposed turbine will result in a medium scale change in the view. Sorry, that's the third last sentence. The ZTV indicates visibility across much of the west coast of Arran. Therefore, the geographical extent of similar views is considered to be medium. Overall, the magnitude of visual change during the operational phase will be medium, and taking account of the high sensitivity will result in a moderate adverse and significant visual effect daytime. Now here we're seeing the turbines from a bit of a different angle, of course, further south. Would you accept that from this viewpoint we're seeing the partial infilling of the horizon?
Yeah, here you see Narachan adding to the cluster rather than overlapping with the cluster, in a similar way that high constellation adds to Quoir to the right-hand side, to the north side. But here you're seeing turbines at Quoir in a line, and the high constellation turbines looking a bit more, I can't remember your exact term, but essentially a little less tidy. And you're seeing Narachan in more of a line. Just demonstrates the point that as you move along, the exact composition changes.
Yes, of course. And would you characterize that view with the introduction of Narachan high constellation as now being dominated by turbines rather than gaps between them?
No, you need to be looking at the all of the visualization, so your full kind of 180 view, so the full length of Kintyre. You have to remember you're quite zoomed in here. I think you said you were zooming in on your computer yourself. So Kintyre, the Mull of Kintyre and Kintyre extend pretty much the whole way along the your western horizon. And so if you look at Kintyre as a whole, you'll have wind farm gap, wind farm gap, wind farm gap, and essentially Narachan, Quoir and high constellation are forming a cluster associating with an existing cluster.
Okay.
Or Narachan is associating with Quoir and high constellation and existing cluster. So beware of just looking at the frame of view that the wireframe gives you. In some, we provide 2 or 3 visualizations that can be laid out side by side to give you that fuller 180 or indeed 270 or 360 view. But always remember to look in all directions.
Thank you. We've got your evidence on that. Okay, so could we turn now to aviation lighting? In views from the North Arran NSA, would you agree that there's very little lighting currently present on the Kintyre Peninsula north of Carradale?
In my experience, and I'm sure Dr. Wimble did the same, there's quite a lot of lighting associated with clusters of buildings. There's cars and vehicles apparent on the road at certain times. There's lighting present within the sound associated with fishing boats and other watercraft. I also noted some lighting, which I presume is associated with the construction of the overhead power lines over on Kintyre. As you're talking about north of Carradale, but down to the south as well, you can see lighting associated with the airport and with the Ben and Turk wind farm down to the south.
Yes,
it's certainly not a view where there is a great deal of lighting. There are no cities or larger towns over on Kintyre, but lighting isn't absent either.
No, well, perhaps then if we look at one of the baseline photographs, that might be helpful for the aviation lighting visual material that's been produced. So if we look at the SEI figure 6.28, that's CD 05.024. That's viewpoint 10, Fern Mill at dusk. And I've just got the baseline photograph there.
Give me a moment. 0.28. Yeah, I've got that baseline photograph.
Okay.
I would say that isn't picking out very much at all on the other side in terms of lighting in houses, and there also doesn't appear to be anything by way of fishing boat activity. But when I was there more recently, there was more lighting apparent. There was quite a lot of lighting associated with fishing activity in the Sound, for example.
Okay, but in terms of the peninsula itself, north of Carradale, you'd agree that there's very little lighting there present, would you?
Yes, I'd agree that, yeah.
Okay, and it's into this relatively unlit northern area of the peninsula where Narachan's to be located, is that right?
Yes.
And through your field work and your visits to Arran, the West Coast, and your knowledge of Kintyre, would you accept that this area has a dark sky character at present?
I mean, the skies are reasonably dark. Yes, it's a rural area. That's not recognised through any of the descriptive information, be it through landscape character type descriptions, the wildland area description for Arran looking west, or through the special landscape qualities. But I would accept that it's a relatively undeveloped area, and therefore there isn't a great deal of lighting.
Okay, so not highlighted in those documents you refer to, but it's something that you've identified through fieldwork.
Yeah, I described the extent of light within my own inquiry report.
Okay, there was obviously some discussion during your chief, and we can call up the relevant sections of your report in recognition if you wish to do so, but is it fair to say that you've sounded a note of caution about the use of visual material for assessing aviation lighting in your evidence?
Yeah. I mean, that note of caution exists for any visualization, and the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment and the associated technical guidance produced by the Landscape Institute would all advise caution over reliance on photomontages or visual material. Essentially, these materials are part of a package of a tool. You don't determine impact by looking at a visualization. And it's always advised that the material should be viewed in the field.
Okay, that's understood. But perhaps would you say particular cautions to be advised when it comes to aviation lighting, given the different approaches that have been taken by various consultancies, and that it's a relatively new field?
It is a relatively new field, and people are doing it in many different ways. And I think it is important to understand the limitations of each of those ways, and indeed the limitations associated with trying to represent light on a piece of paper, which obviously is different from what you're going to see with your eye, just because of what a camera does to a light in a photograph.
Yes. And you've already discussed this in chief, but Dr. Wimble identified some what he considers to be internal inconsistencies with the visual material produced. I understand you explained in chief that the 2021 visualization shouldn't be used anymore now that we have the SEI material. And you, in response to Dr. Wimble's comments regarding the 2023 material being internally inconsistent, you acknowledge that they do look different. Would you accept that there is that inconsistency that's been identified by Dr. Wimble?
I don't see that as an inconsistency. I mean, essentially, the photographs were taken at a different time of day. The weather was different. They were on a different day. The camera settings, the aperture, the exposure would have been different, and therefore therefore the computer model will simulate the light as looking different. What I think that Dr. Wimble is highlighting is essentially that there are more pixels on the closer images than there are on the further images, and that to me is a factor of distance. I've spent quite some time zoomed in a very artificial way, looking at these lights on screen, and Dr. Wimble is highlighting a difference in brightness, and what I'm saying is you cannot highlight a difference in brightness. You can highlight a difference in size, and I think that's where he's coming from in the differences he's highlighting. But there are so many factors at play, you know, whether the weather is different in the two sets of visualizations. So I don't agree that there are internal inconsistencies. If you took two daytime photographs taken from two different locations, 2 different days, 2 different times of year, they would look different. The impact would look different, but that doesn't inform the judgment of significance. It's just a snapshot in time, and that's the way that visualizations should be used, of a snapshot in time.
Yes, I understand Dr. Wimble's point really to be that it's counterintuitive that the lower elevation viewpoint shows brighter lights than the higher elevation, given the directional lighting.
But I don't think they do show brighter.
Okay.
That's the thing, because I don't think that's why I think read instead of brighter, larger, and larger because they're closer. That's where I think he's picking what he's saying, and that's logical to me. They are closer, therefore there would be a small number of additional pixels, because again we're still at a long distance here. We're 10 kilometers for viewpoint 10 and a half kilometers, I think, and 13 or so kilometers for viewpoint 13, 14 kilometers for viewpoint 13. So there will be a difference in terms of numbers of pixels, and if Dr. Wimble is reading that as brightness, that might explain what he's seeing. And he and I will also see different things because we're different people. The way that the eye sees, particularly the colour red as a light, is very different from human to human. And I've had quite a lot of discussions with Dr. Lumsden about this, and he's reflected some of this within his technical paper that he's provided to this inquiry.
Yes.
I don't know if the reporter has seen that technical paper, but perhaps I need to just give you the core document number for it. Give me a moment. So that's core document 13.083.
Thank you. Thank you. I have seen it.
Okay. No, I have your position on that. Could we turn up just briefly? Could we go to CD 15.036? Now, we were referencing Carol Anderson earlier in your chief. This is the hearing statement that Carol Anderson's prepared for Friday's session.
Hang on, I just need to get hold of a digital copy of that because I haven't got it printed off yet.
Okay, it's core document 15.036.
sorry, it doesn't seem to be within my package. Let me try another way.
You might be able to access it through the core document list, perhaps.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll try and find another way. It's just that the memory stick with my core documents is a little dated. .036.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I've got that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm looking here at paragraph 2.5, which is at the bottom of page 3.
Yes.
So here we read that Ms. Anderson, she says, in my experience of reviewing a range of wind farm proposals for local authorities in NatureScot, I've observed a marked difference in the intensity of lighting depicted in nighttime visualizations produced for wind farm proposals, despite similarities in the elevation of the viewpoint, the lighting specification, and levels of darkness shown in the baseline photograph. I consider that the turbine lights in the nighttime visualizations produced for the proposal appear less intense when compared with other examples of photo montages I've seen where viewpoints are at similar elevations with similar candela intensity and located in similarly sparsely settled, darker nighttime contexts. I consider that it is therefore important to treat the nighttime visualizations produced in the EIAR with caution, as while they provide some indication of likely effects, they cannot replicate the levels of brightness that are likely to be experienced when looking at similarly illuminated turbines in the field. I note that Guy Wimble, who provides evidence on behalf of NatureScot at this inquiry, also outlines inconsistencies in the nighttime visualizations produced by the applicant in section 7 of his inquiry report. I'm in agreement with his observations and his conclusions on the likely underestimation of nighttime effects in the landscape and visual impact assessment, LVIA. So you accept here, we read that Ms. Anderson agrees with Dr. Wimble that the applicant's visual material has the internal inconsistencies that Dr. Wimble's identified.
Well, she's essentially highlighting the fact that she's looked at other packages of visualizations and they look different. I am aware that both Dr. Wimble and Ms. Anderson were looking at Clackaig Glen because they provided a package of nighttime visualizations for Clackaig Glen as part of their evidence. And those visualizations are provided. Again, you'll need to give me a moment.
But we can certainly flag those.
They're within 13.048 onwards. There's a series of Clackaig Glen nighttime visualizations. But just to finish my point, I did look into that because that was highlighted as an inconsistency, and I understand that these visualizations were produced using Resoft. Actually, I do address this in my inquiry report. So the methodology used is set out in CD 13.047. And within that method statement, towards the end of it, there's a recognition that the visualizations are likely to overstate the effects.
Yes,
So
I'm not
my understanding was that both Ms. Anderson and Dr. Wimble were comparing the visualizations for Narachan with those of Clackaig Glen and seeing differences. It's unsurprising that there'll be differences, and the Claquet-Glenn visualizations themselves do recognise that they're likely to have overstated the brightness given the different methodology that was used, the adoption of resoft wind farmers as opposed to 3ds Studio Max, which is more advanced software.
I understand your evidence on that point. I'm not really looking to draw comparisons here with Claquet-Glenn. I'm just looking to the internal inconsistencies that Dr. Wimble's identified and that Ms. Sampson agrees with. You say there's a difference, but you wouldn't say it was an inconsistency. So we have two experts essentially who've raised concerns, but you maintain that the inconsistency is not present.
Well, I would say it's just not possible really to compare the two because the weather is so different. You can see that when viewpoint 10, when the photography was taken, the weather was perhaps a little more murky. It looks to me as though there's more, more water in the atmosphere. It's just a slightly more sort of steamy evening, shall we say?
Were they taken on the same day?
Whereas the visualizations for viewpoint 13, it's much clearer. There's much less cloud in the sky. So and the camera settings will have been different. So I just comparing one visualization with another that are taken at different times in different weather conditions would not be a good thing to do. But I do accept that there are limitations with visualizations, and all landscape professionals would agree with you on that point.
Okay, well, I think we've covered that in sufficient detail. I have a few more questions on aviation lighting, but I wonder, ma'am, when you're thinking might be appropriate for a break.
Sorry, I had my mic off there. Yeah, I was thinking it must be time for a break soon. Miss Oxley's been on the witness stand for a while now. So how many questions have you got left? Because I've got quite a few questions of my own, so I was hoping to take a break before I moved on to that.
I have quite a significant amount of questions left.
Yeah, you have, right, okay. Are parties happy to a break now at this point then and continue after lunch? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think, it's been going on for longer than 2 hours. So yeah, I think Miss Oxley could probably do with a break at this point. So shall we reconvene at 2 o'clock then?
Perfect. Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Just waiting on Miss Oxley joining us here.
Kind of important to the proceedings.
Oh, here she comes, I think, yeah. Okay. Everyone ready to begin again? Okay, I'll hand over to Mr. Gregg. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello again, Miss Oxley.
Hello there.
We were discussing aviation lighting and the material that's been produced by the applicant, but perhaps we can now move on to discuss your assessment of the aviation lighting. You consider, or my understanding anyway, is that you consider the impact would be significant from viewpoint 13, but not significant from viewpoint 10. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so looking at viewpoint 10 then, can we go to Dr. Wimble's report, please, paragraph 7.23? And this is part of Dr. Wimble's assessment of viewpoint 10 in connection with aviation lighting.
Hang on a second.
It's paragraph 7.23.
Just put all those figures away. I'm opening them up again now. Okay, yeah, I've got viewpoint 10 and I've got 7.23.
Perfect. So we read here from Dr. Wimble, firstly, I query why the applicant has assessed receptor sensitivity as medium, given that the assessment for the daytime at this viewpoint is high. I agree that the receptor susceptibility would be high, but not that the nighttime view would fall to a medium value. The viewpoint lies within the NSA, and the predominantly dark skies, including dusk, moonlight, and stars, would be an integral part of the experience extended beyond daytime, albeit by fewer people and for shorter periods. Now, understand from this that Dr. Wimble's assigned a high sensitivity, you've assigned a medium sensitivity. Would you not agree that the high sensitivity of designated landscape resource is inherent, regardless of numbers of receptors?
I think the issue here is more associated with the value of the view by night. So yes, you've already mentioned numbers of receptors, so likely to be fewer people at night. But leaving aside numbers, we've already discussed numbers. At night, when it's dark, it will be the long views over the water, or the views along the coast, looking at the geomorphological features, are going to be less perceptible. And therefore, my judgment here is that the value of the view would be reduced at night, and therefore the sensitivity is somewhat reduced at night.
Okay.
And I have noted that in my recognition. I've addressed that point.
And would you say it's correct to say that nationally designated landscapes typically have high value and are highly susceptible to changes?
You're talking about landscape as opposed to visual. I'm dealing here with a visual receptor, and you're referring me to a landscape receptor.
Yes. Well, it's a nationally designated landscape, so it's of high value. Would you say that? Well, let me put it another way. Could you see an argument for the sensitivity being high here?
I record a high sensitivity in the day, yes.
But could you see an argument for that high sensitivity remaining into the night?
I can see that different practitioners could take a different point of view, but my judgment here is that the value of the view is less at night. It's reduced at night because you don't appreciate the special landscape qualities in the same way. You don't appreciate those longer views. You perhaps appreciate the more immediate, the intimate, but you're not appreciating those longer views, and that's why I've judged the sensitivity to be reduced at night.
Okay, well, we move on to discuss the detail of that in a moment, but moving on to magnitude of change then, you've assessed this as low. Do you not think that given you'll be introducing lights into a notably dark sky area, do you not think that would be at least a medium magnitude of change? It's given the baseline we were looking at earlier and the relatively dark skies that we have there at present. It's not going to be quite a change, a medium magnitude perhaps?
Well, I've had long discussions with Dr. Lumsden on this point, and I've also referred to the Crystal Rig inquiry decision. And for your reference, Mum, that's CD 14.013. And the relevant pages are 81 to 85. And the overall conclusions page on 135 and 136.
And
the issue here, sorry, it's going to be long and complicated. The issue here is these lights have inbuilt angle intensity reduction. So when you see them at angles at greater than 1 degree below the horizontal, the apparent light that you see is reduced. So when you're lower down, essentially you will see less. And this is the issue that was explored at Crystal Rig at similar sort of distances. And the reporter there observed a light up on the hill, and their conclusions were that when the light was lit to 200 candela, it was difficult to discern. In fact, they had to look with binoculars to find it. When it was lit to 2000 candela, yes, it was more discernible. But the issue is that these lights shouldn't be lit to 2000 candela when visibility is greater than 5 kilometers. And at this viewpoint, we're 10.5 kilometers away. So most of the time, this light would be lit to 200 candela. Angle intensity reduction would be inbuilt, and both Crystal Rig and Dr. Lumsden believe me to understand that the light would be difficult to see, particularly during summer when there's less contrast, the 3 months of summer. There will be occasions when the light would be lit to 2000 candela, and when it is less attenuated by atmospheric conditions, because maybe the cloud isn't very thick or something. But usually it'll be attenuated by the cloud or the rain or the fog or the dust, whatever it is that's causing the atmospheric clarity to be reduced. And my understanding, again, from talking to Dr. Lumsden, who has studied weather patterns in this area in detail, is that will only be for a very few % of the time. He quotes 1.3%, but taking a precautionary stance, maybe I might think that's a little higher. So there'll be very short periods of time when the light will be lit at higher intensities, and therefore I judge that it won't be significant.
And in terms of your assessment, then you talk about attenuated conditions. Are you not directed by your guidance to assess the worst case scenario or the maximum case scenario?
Well, I think the technical term is likely worst case or realistic worst case. So I am considering, the amount of time that it might be lit to that sort of level. I'm making a judgment, I suppose, and I am considering the fact that it's a very short period of time that it's likely to be lit to that sort of level. The majority case will be it'll be lit to 200. There'll be angle intensity reduction, and it'll be hard to see. The reporter found it hard to see, and therefore my judgment is that the effect at this lower location would not be significant.
Yes, so you're explaining there then you're relying in your assessment on the variable and directional intensity mitigation that's to be employed here.
The angle intensity reduction, yes.
And am I correct? Sorry, Ms. Hansen. Did you answer?
Yeah, and that's informed by the values given by in the WPAC assessment, but also by the lighting ZTVs, which show how the angle intensity reduction works.
Okay. And am I correct in thinking that there are no built examples of turbines with variable and directional intensity lighting?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So taking matters short then.
Not of wind farms. I think there are some tall buildings that have this lighting. Sorry.
Right. But not of wind farms. Okay, so taking matters short then, given the issues with the visual material that we've been discussing and the lack of built examples, would it be fair to say that there is a lot of uncertainty regarding the assessment of the impact of aviation lighting?
There's some uncertainty, but the matter was explored for Crystal Rig, and a light of the same type was used as a demonstration light there. And it was examined by the reporters at similar distances. So I think that provides a level of comfort or of additional understanding beyond theory.
Okay.
It's also, I also think weight can be attached to Dr. Lumsden's conclusions on the matter as well, because he is a scientist and he's provided a helpful paper to this inquiry.
Okay, so you accept that there's some uncertainty, but in those circumstances, would it not be sensible to take a precautionary approach when it comes to the assessment?
No, I think it's sensible to take to make a sensible judgment. And I have, as you know, recognised that impacts could be significant in a 2000 candela scenario at those higher elevation viewpoints, because I know that the angle intensity reduction is not so, well, it isn't effective at those heights, and therefore there will be some occasions when those lights will be seen at full intensity. But there'll always be an element of angle intensity reduction, even for the 2000 candela lights at these lower levels, which there wouldn't be on the mountains. And that's why my judgment is that the impact on the mountains could be significant, whereas the impact at the coast is less likely to be significant.
Okay, thank you. There is, of course, existing aviation lighting on turbines south of Carradale, the Ben and Turk.
There is, yes.
And am I right in thinking that those turbines have 32 candela lights installed?
They're rated as achieving 32 candela across a 10-degree radius. And I don't know if you know what the profile of lighting is, but essentially it's a curve. So at the peak intensity, the focal point of the beam, the lighting will be higher than 32 candela. It has to achieve that 32 candela across the full 10%. So again, my understanding from Dr. Lumsden is that the intensity, the candela rating of the sort of central part of the beam is likely to be at least twice that. Okay.
And would you agree that in clear conditions, those lights are readily seen from the affected part of the North Arran NSA at present?
Yes, I could see the lights when I was at a higher elevation, up at AP4, halfway up the hill that night.
Okay, but more generally from the coast and the coastal road, for instance.
I didn't perceive them from the coastal road, but that may have been because the cloud had come in a little bit at that point as well. But they were definitely readily apparent from the higher locations.
Okay. And
I wouldn't say the effect was significant, though. They were apparent, but I wouldn't describe that as a significant effect at that distance.
Right. Okay. Well, the reporter will no doubt see those lights on her site visit, so the reporter can look at that as part of her site visits and make judgments from there. Is that fair?
Yes. I think it's important to recognise that those lights, the rating, could mean that the intensity is higher.
Okay. So, right, moving on then, the assessment of special landscape qualities in the National Scenic Area.
Yes.
A few questions on methodology first, if I may. Do you accept that the assessment's based on experiential and perceptual qualities?
That's how it's described, yes.
And do you agree that fieldwork's an essential part of the process in order to identify key landscape characteristics that underpin the SLQs, the special landscape qualities?
Yes, and there was considerable fieldwork done on North Arran as part of the work.
Okay. And would you agree that in the context of an assessment of special landscape qualities, how many people visit an area is not a relevant consideration when considering the impact of the special landscape qualities?
It's a tricky one, that, because if it's experiential and there's no one there to experience it, then the weight, I suppose, that again, this comes down to the weight to be given to the impact may be less.
So,
because it can't be experiential if it isn't to be experienced by humans.
Well, I suppose it's a question of our visitor numbers rather than a binary that is experienced or is not experienced. Is there any way to be given to relative visitor numbers in the assessment?
Again, I think this is probably something that comes out in the planning balance and the weight to be given to effects there rather than purely in terms of numbers. But it is still, a popularity of location is still something that is considered by landscape practitioners when considering value.
So
the fact that the recreational value of North Arran is, I suppose, is the very popular recreational area is the northeast rather than the northwest, is something that I have noted.
So in your assessment then, have you attributed sort of less value, if you will, to the western side because the eastern side is more popularly visited?
I haven't attributed less value to it. I've just explained those things. And I think Dr. Wimble's done the same. He's said there are fewer people. We agree there are fewer people in the West.
Yes. I suppose my question really is...
But the thing is, the special quality is about the recreational value, and those people experiencing recreation, they're people, and there must be an element of numbers really involved in the experience of people. If there are vast numbers climbing Goat Fell and there are 3 climbing the Western Pernmill Hills, I would expect that to play out within the weight to be given to that effect.
Okay, so you have taken account of visitor numbers then?
Well, to a degree, and through the assigning of value.
Through the assigning of value. Okay. Should we
But
could we have a look,
Dr. Wimble argues that the Western Hills are more important in terms of recreation.
Yes, well, can we have a look
because there are fewer people, but that to me isn't logical.
Okay, well, could we have a look at the NatureScope methodology, please, which is for document CD 13.032.
Thirteen point zero
32.
Oh, sorry, 32. Hang on a second. Pulled this out separately and I've put it somewhere. Okay, I've got that document.
Okay. Can we go to paragraph 11, please?
Yes.
We read here, SLQs are perceptual qualities and are about the way people respond to place. The assessment approach advocated here requires an understanding of how an area is perceived and used by people. How a place is used should not be confused with how many people use this landscape. In taking account, as you have in your assessment of the visitor numbers, have you not made the error that sentence is trying to avoid?
I wouldn't say my judgment is informed by numbers, but I provide information about numbers. So again, it goes back to the way GVLIA 3 tells you to deal with numbers. It says provide information around numbers. I don't think there's any dispute that the Western Hills are much less used than the Eastern Hills. I think Dr. Wimble and myself would both agree.
The question is how much.
I've recognised that there'll be a not significant effect on the experience of recreation or the popularity for recreation, and Dr. Wimble suggests that there will be.
I suppose the question is how the number of people who are using the landscape, where is that factoring in to your assessment? That's my question. Is it a case that you're just noting that, but it's not actually forming part of the judgments that you're making, the assessment that you're undertaking?
Yeah, that's more the case. I mean, it's similar to the way that you would assess landscape, because SLQs are more about landscape than they are about visual impacts. So numbers are noted. I discussed the effect upon the special landscape qualities, and I note, the fact that there are few people there, and then maybe it feels more like a quiet place. But it doesn't actually influence my judgment. I would, even if there were many people there, I would still consider that the recreational SLQ would not be affected to a significant degree, because I consider that the turbines would be far enough away. They're not on Arran. They don't affect the way you perceive the Scotland in miniature, the mountains, the coast, the feeling of being on an island, the feeling of being remote and far away because you're surrounded by water. They don't affect those things. What they do is build upon an existing characteristic on Kintyre, a long way away, and therefore I don't judge that they would affect recreation. Okay,
but back to on the visitor number point, then I just want to make sure I'm clear in my own head about your position, because I thought you said earlier that visit numbers had contributed to your assessment of value and formed part of your assessment, but are you saying that it's noted?
But we're talking about visual impacts then, and now you're talking about SLQs.
Okay,
and
so
as we noted at the beginning, a visual impact assessment is separate from an SLQ assessment,
okay,
albeit that you have to read the landscape and visual impact assessment as a whole.
Okay, so it's formed part of your visual impact assessment, but not your SLQ.
Yeah, but I do note, I make reference to the fact that there are fewer people in the West.
Okay, well, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, so at this inquiry, we're obviously parties are focusing on a handful of SLQs, the North Arran NSA.
2, I think.
Yes. Would you accept that each SLQ contributes to the overall integrity of the NSA?
Yes.
So, as a corollary of that, then, would you agree that an adverse impact on one SLQ could compromise the overall integrity of the NSA?
No, because those SLQs are experienced in all sorts of different places across Arran. And if you were affecting an SLQ to one of the 8 SLQs to the extent that you could no longer appreciate that SLQ anywhere on Arran or anywhere on Northern Arran, or across a large part of Northern Arran, you couldn't find tranquility or whatever it may be anywhere, then that would go to integrity. Of course it would. But we're affecting an SLQ to a degree in one place, which is very different to affecting an SLQ everywhere so that you can no longer experience it.
So my questions are more, at this stage, are more just a higher level about methodology. So, I mean, you accept that each special landscape quality contributes to the overall integrity of the NSA, but you don't think that, or you think that an impact on one SLQ could only compromise the overall integrity if it's no longer able to be experienced. Is that what you were saying then?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we're going back to the recreational SLQ, you can experience that recreational SLQ everywhere within North Arran NSA.
Yes.
We're going to be affecting the experience of that recreational SLQ in one part of Arran, the northwestern hills, Milbury. So you'll be able to continue to experience that SLQ in a way that is only very slightly affected or not affected at all across the vast majority of North Arran.
Yes, but
so it's my judgment is that you're not affecting integrity, even though you're recognising, some level of impact on an SLQ in some place.
Yes, no, and I appreciate that's your assessment, but at the moment I'm just asking about a more general proposition about whether an impact on one SLQ could, in theory, compromise the overall integrity of an NSA. But you wouldn't accept that.
Well, if it was sufficiently widespread or sufficiently close, and you couldn't then experience that SLQ anywhere else, and the reason for designation was ultimately compromised, then yes, clearly there could be an impact that went to integrity.
So
that isn't my judgment here.
No, but it sounds like you're setting a very high bar for integrity there by saying that this SLQ couldn't be experienced anywhere because of the impact of the development. I mean, is that not an unreasonably high test?
No, it's not. And maybe instead of saying anywhere, a significant proportion, perhaps we use more judgment terms. But the SLQ relating to recreation that's experienced in the West and would be affected on Meal Buoy is a very small part of the whole in terms of where people experience recreation. And back to numbers, but everybody goes to Goat Fell and the cluster of really fantastic ridges and mountains to the northeast, because they are quite exceptional, and few people go out to the west. So if we were having an impact upon that real kind of core area and the recreational SLQ there, then no other SLQs are affected, then again maybe I would judge that to go to integrity.
Okay. And what would your view be then? Would you agree that's an adverse impact? And I'm just talking in generalities here, not about the case itself, but would you agree there's an adverse impact on part of an NSA could compromise the overall integrity of the NSA as a whole?
Yes. Again, if it was sufficiently severe.
Okay.
But all impacts that are recognised here there aren't very many of them, and they're in the moderate category, and they're visual, they're not landscape.
Yes, and we'll come on to discuss your assessment momentarily, but would you, we can turn these decisions up if you like, but would you accept that in some previous decisions, for instance, you mentioned Capwick during your chief, reporters have found that an adverse impact on relatively small geographical extents of NSAs and relatively few SLQs can compromise in those particular, obviously every case turns on its own circumstances, but can compromise the overall integrity and objectives of designation. Would you accept that?
I accept that. And for Capwick, the SLQs, or one of the SLQs, is the Lone Mountains. And in that case, Capwick would have affected the Lone Mountains, all of the Lone Mountains, and at quite close quarters. So although the lower lying land wouldn't have been affected by a change in the view, the summit of every Lone Mountain would have experienced an effect, and some of those effects would have been significant. And so I can understand why the reporter took the decision they did for that case. This is a very different case. As you say, every case has its own set of circumstances, and we have a different set of SLQs here.
Indeed, and the reporter can look at Capwick and make up her own mind on that. And there's other cases as well which have been produced obviously by both parties, which might be relevant to consider too. But let's have a look at your assessment itself then. Now, just as a general point again, we discussed earlier that fieldwork is essential to identify the key characteristics which underpin the SLQ. Did your fieldwork, and you said earlier that your fieldwork identified a dark sky character. Why is your assessment not, or did your assessment not identify any key characteristics of the nighttime landscape which underpin the SLQs?
Well, the SLQs don't refer to dark skies or the nighttime landscape.
They don't, but
the fieldwork that was undertaken to inform the assessment of impacts upon lighting, which was done separately, was done at night, obviously. The fieldwork that involved travelling through North Arran, NSA and wildland area was necessarily done by day because those are severe mountains. My team could not have been present on those mountains at night. Yes, the skies are dark when you look towards the west. There are some lights. Equally, if you're on Goat Fell and you look to the east. The skies aren't that dark. There are lights seen. So
But you've
I think what you're saying is we should have gone out and done nighttime surveys to inform the SLQs. But the aviation lighting assessment describes the impacts on night skies. There wasn't necessity to duplicate all of that material within the SLQ assessment. It is available for the reporter to understand, albeit that it's in a separate appendix.
Yes, but well, is there not a risk though that by not taking account of the nighttime landscape and the impact of aviation lighting as part of your assessment on the SLQs of the NSA, that you've underestimated the impact?
I don't consider there is, because nighttime lighting was considered. If we'd been in a situation where I hadn't considered nighttime lighting at all, then yes, I would only have done an assessment by day, and nighttime lighting would have been forgotten about. But it hasn't been forgotten about. It's been clearly on our minds and part of the judgments made throughout.
But my reading of your report and your explanation there is that the assessment hasn't been informed by your aviation lighting assessment. That the aviation lighting assessment follows in a separate chapter. Yes, you've undertaken an assessment, but separately to your assessment of the impacts on the SLQs. And I just wonder if by
that was
account of those key characteristics that underpin the SLQs, you may have underestimated the impact.
That really was simply to avoid repetition. We agreed amongst ourselves that we would deal with lighting within a separate chapter rather than to try and, because it's a complex subject and requires a lot of explanation, rather than to try and cover it throughout. And cross references are made within the inquiry report to the lighting chapter. So, to help the reader understand that they mustn't forget the effects of lighting.
Okay, so the effects of lighting are the nighttime landscape, the effects of aviation lighting. They are relevant in your view. They
are relevant, but they're less relevant given that the SLQs don't refer to dark skies. You would expect reference to dark skies if dark skies were what North Arran was all about. You probably wouldn't expect reference to dark skies 15 kilometres away to the west, because that's not North Arran NSA, it's elsewhere, isn't it?
Well, you accepted that, fieldwork's an essential part of the process to identify the key landscape characteristics. The guidance itself, would you agree, acknowledges the limitations of the descriptions and advocates for a fieldwork-based approach?
But that's absolutely what was done. And yes, I'd refer you to our the wildland assessment, which is contained within appendix. Hang on. FEI appendix.
It's a CD 03069 is the
thank you. Yeah.
wildland assessment.
Yeah. So there was a considerable amount of fieldwork undertaken in order to prepare that wildland assessment.
Yes, but we're looking at here the NSA.
But there was also fieldwork undertaken in order to inform the inquiry report and to understand impacts on the special landscape qualities. The whole team went up to AP4.
Okay, let's have a look at table 6.3 in your inquiry report, if we may. That's your assessment of impacts on the SLQs of the North Arran NSA.
Do you mind giving me the page number?
Yeah, of course, it's 61.
Okay, I've got that.
Okay, so we see here stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 in the columns. Stage 1, we have the SLQs. Stage 2, the key landscape characteristics that underpin the SLQs. We've discussed that there's no reference to dark skies there, and we've discussed that. Would you agree that perceptual, experiential qualities have a significant visual element to them?
Yes, because the perception has to be by people.
So looking at SLQ5 then, which is the second row of the table, a distinctive coastline with a rich variety of forms, you're saying that's relevant to area A. Do you agree that views across the Kintyre from the coast are an important landscape characteristic which underpin this SLQ?
No, I consider that this SLQ is all about the raised beach, the geology and the geomorphological forms, and those coastal processes, which is why all the students visit North Arran Field Study Centre. The reference is made to the views across to Kintyre,
Yes.
but I consider that to be more peripheral to the SLQ than the geology, the geomorphological processes, which are close at hand, given that it's quite a long way away and it's already influenced by man. It's a very coniferous landscape with wind turbines. You don't experience the geology and the geomorphological processes looking out across to Kintyre. The raised beaches generated by isostatic uplift are very particular to the coastline of Arran.
But do you
and
accept
can only
that?
be perceived close at hand.
Okay, but you must accept that views across the Kintyre form a backdrop.
They do form a backdrop, yes, and
And-
that's noted within the SLQ.
And would you also accept that a visitor in experience this SLQ, their eyes would be drawn across the water to the Kintyre Peninsula? It would be an important part of that experience, would it not?
Well, their eyes will be drawn in all places. They'll be drawn across to the peninsula, that sense of, I suppose, almost awe that you're a long way from anywhere. You're looking out across the water, you're on an island. They'll also be focused along the coast. And when you travel that coastal road or that coastal footpath, you really notice the views along the coast, because that raised beach feature is very evident even to a non-geographer. The views inland from the raised beach up into the interior mountains are also dramatic and important. So as a user, yes, you take in the 360, but this SLQ is all about a distinctive coastline with a rich variety of forms. It's about geomorphology and the raised beach.
Yes. And would you agree that the Arran coast and the Kintyre area are intervisible to road users as you're travelling along that local road?
So when you travel along the road, you can see road users in Kintyre, and Kintyre can see road users on Arran. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that as you travel along that journey, the affected part of the west coast, you would appreciate the geology, as you've referenced, the distinctive coastline, the rich variety of forms, but is it not more than that? The way I read your evidence, and I put this to you for your comment, is that it seems like no development on Kintyre could affect this SLQ because you're not looking over the water. You're just looking at the distinctive coastline. Is that fair?
Well, the SLQ does recognise the views across the water as a part, of course. And so, yes, if the development was big enough or close enough, yes, it could affect that view to such a degree that maybe you'd recognise some impact on that SLQ. I think you would probably focus on other SLQs rather than this one that's about geomorphology, because geomorphology is always going to be something that's more concerned with a direct impact and that experience much more locally.
Okay, well,
but my position is that given that the wind farm would associate with a group of other wind farms and doesn't add a huge amount or in terms of additional impact to that existing cluster, that it doesn't significantly change the experience of the SLQs as they'll be experienced when high constellation is built.
Okay, and if we look then at your conclusion in connection with the distinctive coastline,
Page 63, yeah?
yes, sorry, just bear with me. Yes, page
62.
Sorry, for SLQ5, yes, so that's page 63, right at the bottom of the third column there. Starting overall a small scale of change.
Yeah, I mean, the conclusion is actually in the right-hand column, and I say, taking account of the judgments of sensitivity and magnitude of change, the effect on this SLQ will be minor, brackets,
okay,
not significant.
That's fair. The concluding section of column 3 in that case, where you read, or I read, overall, a small scale of change will be experienced across a small geographical extent of the NSA as a whole, localized to a relatively short section of the western coast between Pernmill and Dewberry Point, resulting in a low magnitude of change for this SLQ.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've discussed earlier, and your evidence is, of course, that the visual impact on the viewpoints and receptors in this coastal area have a median magnitude of change.
Mm-hmm. But that's
So
in relation to a visual impact as opposed to an SLQ, of course.
Indeed, yes. But I'm wondering if you have, if we just look at this, what you've termed the localized area, if you've found a small scale of change here, is that primarily because you don't consider the views across to Kintyre to be of particular import?
But it's primarily because the majority of this SLQ is about the geomorphology and the raised beach, and that won't be affected.
Yes.
So the weight, I suppose, the weight I'm giving to that is greater than the weight I'm giving to those distant views that are already affected across to Kintyre.
Yes. So
I'm making a in the round judgment.
Yes, I think that might be a point of difference between you and Dr. Wimble, but we can pick that up with Dr. Wimble, of course. A few points of detail then, just to understand this assessment of SLQs. Before you reach that sort of concluding section that I read out there on magnitude of change, 2 paragraphs up from that, you say so it's the 3rd line down of that paragraph. The sentence starts, however, the proposed development will be viewed alongside the extensive commercial forestry. See that?
Yes.
So viewed alongside the extensive commercial forestry. I just want to check. You'd agree that forestry is of quite a different nature, considerably less eye-catching in the day and night than lit moving turbines?
Well, it has a different impact, doesn't it? It kind of cloaks the hillsides in green, so they look unnatural, and the strong geometric shapes can actually almost be larger in scale than those of the turbines above them. Clearly, it doesn't move and it isn't lit, so it has a different set of effects. But nevertheless, when you stand on the west coast of Arran, you look across to what is very, very clearly a forested, a large area of commercial forestry, and that's apparent, I think, in the visualizations as well. So long as you're not there when you're looking into a silhouetted view, essentially, you need to be there in the morning to appreciate that one.
And the paragraph that follows on from that, actually, sorry, it's just at the end of that column. You make reference to the wild land description. It's over the page.
Yes, because the wild land description was written later than the SLQs were written, and therefore did recognise the fact that buildings, wind turbines, forest plantations on the Kintyre and the mainland are, well, it says impose less on the wildland qualities due to their distance and small extent, but it's recognising their presence.
And would you accept that there's been a fairly significant amount of wind farm development on Kintyre since that description was arrived at?
I'm trying to remember when that document was written. There's certainly been more consented. Some of the wind farms were there when that document was written, and because obviously they recognised it, there's been more consented.
Okay, but we might need to read that description with that in mind. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's worth remembering the date. But certainly the SLQ documents would have been written before there were any wind farms.
Now, as a more general point on this, on your assessment approach, would it be fair to say that what you're doing in your assessment is finding an effect on a particular area, a localized area, say, and then you're considering the geographical extent of that area against the whole NSA to arrive at a significance of effect? Is that the approach you've taken?
I wouldn't say I'm considering it against the whole NSA. I'm considering, again, as a GVLA requires you to do so, the geographical extent of the effect. So is it widespread? Is it small? It's not relative to the NSA, but obviously I am considering. I do then go on to consider whether that SLQ will be affected across the whole, or whether it would be small parts, as we discussed earlier. But that geographical extent is it's a relative assessment. It's not a comparison against an object which may be of variable size, because that would be quite artificial, wouldn't it?
Okay, a relative assessment. So would it be fair to say that applies a dilution factor to your assessment?
No, I mean, if I hadn't focused on the affected area as the guidance requires you to do so, and I'd just looked at the NSA as a whole, then maybe you could say that. But both Dr. Wimble and myself focus in on the affected areas. So if you look at map C.1 again. I've outlined 3 areas A, B, and C of the NSA, areas where there will be effects. And my assessment concentrates on identifying what the effects are in those areas. It doesn't look at the effects across the NSA as a whole, and Dr. Wimble does the same. And in fact, it was interesting to note that we'd both identified essentially the same 3 areas, so we agree.
Just bear with me for 1 moment. Yes. I do read the evidence as applying this dilution factor. Can we go to paragraph 6.66? Which is it's just before your conclusion, but it starts in conclusion. It's on page 68.
Yeah, I've got that.
So we read, in conclusion, the proposed development will not compromise the SLQs of the North Arran NSA. As such, drawing together the effects upon each SLQ to consider implications of changes to them as a whole, the integrity of the North Arran NSA and the reasons for its designation will not be significantly affected by the proposed development.
One does have to consider the whole when you think about integrity.
Well, that's the question, really, in terms of my initial questions on this topic regarding what is it that could compromise overall integrity, and we discussed a single or small number of SLQs could, in theory, a small geographical extent could, in theory. So I'd put it to you that it's not, you can't find an effect and then dilute that to not significant. Say you found a significant effect in a localized area, you can't then dilute that to no significance by considering it against the NSA as a whole. Would you accept that proposition?
You do at some point have to consider the rest of the NSA. But, I mean, going back to our earlier discussion, in the case of Kaplik, the special landscape quality was the Lone Mountains. The Lone Mountains were to be affected to a significant degree. And although the lower lying areas of the NSA were not going to be affected, that went to integrity. But we're not in that situation here. We don't have a special landscape quality that picks out the tops of the mountains. And indeed, even if we did, it wouldn't matter because it's primarily Mille Buie we're talking about here rather than all of the mountains, as was the case for Kaplik. So we're not in a situation where the impact on the SLQ or the SLQ is it doesn't concern the area that's been affected. The SLQ is more all-encompassing. It's the coastal areas. It's the whole of Arran, isn't it? That's where the recreation is experienced. It's across the whole of Arran, and so affecting a small part to a degree, and we know it's a moderate impact in terms of visual and not and a minor impact in terms of landscape character, doesn't it doesn't mean that the SLQ cannot be experienced elsewhere. It doesn't mean it's so close, so severe, so widespread that it goes to integrity.
Okay, so
I'm not diluting, I'm just considering context, I suppose, as part of that overall judgment.
Could we have I don't want to spend too much longer on this point, but could we quickly just go to one of the other decisions, Glen Sherrow, the reporter's report there, that's core document 14.021.
Hang on a minute, because this one I need digitally. .021.
14.021, yep, the reporter's report for Glen Sherrow Farm.
Okay, this is not a decision I am so familiar with.
It's really just in relation to this dilution point that we're discussing. If we look at 3.93,
could you give me the page number? It'll just get me there a bit quicker.
Yes, it's PDF page 41.
41. .9, 3.93, did you say?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Page 40 of the document itself, yeah?
Yes, yeah, page 40 of the hard copy, yeah. And we have here the reporter's conclusions on special landscape qualities in that particular case. Obviously, every case needs to be considered on its own merits, as with Catholic, as we were discussing earlier. But we read here, in reaching my conclusions, I consider that judgments on whether the integrity of the park is compromised is a finely balanced one. I cannot advise ministers that it is clear-cut. It is the case that from the vast majority of land in the park, Glen Sherrow turbines would not be seen. The significant effects on the park's qualities would be relatively localised and moderate in places. Impacts on the central national scenic area within the park is not a concern. In addition, there is no evidence to suggest that the qualities affected are not expressed or intact elsewhere in the park. And then it goes on at 3.94. Nevertheless, the evidence in my site inspections have shown me that the qualities of the park that would be affected are well expressed in these locations. Impacts would be experienced across several different landscape qualities, which illustrate the complexity of the landscapes in this corner of the park. The impacts, although localised, would also be seen in two distinct and separate geographical areas. It's this combination of factors that have led me to conclude that the impacts would compromise the overall integrity of the park. So it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the differences here is that this proposal was very, very close to the edge of the park. Obviously, the Cairngorms National Park is extremely large, and you could never, ever end up with an impact that affected the whole of the park.
But they're not the same with the North Arran National Scenic Area. You're never going to have a development which affects the whole of the National Scenic Area.
Well, I mean, that's also true unless it was within the central part of the National Scenic Area. But Glen Sherrow was almost on the national park boundary. It was on the foot slopes of some quite significant mountains, and the severity of the impact upon the park, and I haven't digested this whole of this decision, but just from my knowledge of the area, the severity of the impact upon the national park, I would have expected to be high. Major. I'm sure there were major impacts on both landscape character and on views, given the proximity of this proposal to the national park boundary. Is impacts on Craigmeggy area, I think.
Well, I think it might be moderate impacts that were found in that case, but in any case, the reporter can look at the detail and make her own mind up. But it's really just to refer you to that. The reporter there is focusing on a fairly localized area and finding that it's compromised. You'd accept that?
Yeah, I can see that, but I think there are probably other judgments at play in this one as well. And proximity is it will be one of the key ones.
Okay. Turning to SLQ 7 then, an exceptional area for outdoor recreation, and we can bring up your report again, please.
Sorry, can you remind me of the page number?
Yeah, of course. Let me just.
That's all right, I found it actually.
Okay, yes, page 64. Is that right?
Thank you. SLQ 7, yep.
SLQ 7, yeah, an exceptional area for outdoor recreation. Now, I think we've discussed most of the issues in the context of SLQ 5, so hopefully I can take this reasonably quickly. But again, I'd be interested. Do you agree that views across the Kintyre are an important landscape characteristic which underpin this special landscape quality?
I'm just checking the quotes. I don't think there is specific recognition within that SLQ of views of, hang on, here we are. These summits offer panoramic views of the Firth of Clyde and of Bute, Cowell and Kintyre. So there is, again, some recognition that the 360 views, including Kintyre, are a part of the experience here.
And is that something that you also identified during your fieldwork?
I mean, absolutely. When you stand on the top of those mountains, you get 360-degree views, and they're dramatic.
So if we're focusing on the Western Hills in particular, would you agree that views there across the Kintyre are an important landscape characteristic which underpin the SLQ?
Well, they're one of the characteristics, but when you stand on those Western Hills, your eye's also drawn to the Eastern Hills because the Eastern Hills themselves are so dramatic. So again, it's a 360-degree view that you're experiencing. You'll look west to see out across the islands, across to places like Jura. You'll look east, up towards Goat Fell and the dramatic mountains to the east. You'll look in all directions.
And again, focusing on the Western Hills and drawing this parallel with your visual impact assessment, you've of course assessed the visual impact on viewpoints and receptors in that sort of Western Hill area as having a medium magnitude of change. Mm-hmm. And is your rationale here for assessing a small magnitude of change or scale of change, is that because you don't consider that view to be as important?
You mean in the SLQ assessment or the visual impact assessment?
In the SLQ assessments.
Within the SLQ assessment, again, you're thinking about where this SLQ is experienced, and what contributes to that SLQ as a whole, and the view across to Kintyre and to existing wind farms and forestry on Kintyre contributes to a degree, but a relatively small degree to that overall experience, because you're experiencing this Scotland in miniature, the miniature range of mountains, the dramatic northeastern hills, the views of the water, the coast. You are also seeing a view out to the west, and the addition of some further turbines in association with an existing cluster. And my judgment is that the change there would be minor. in terms of the SLQ.
And just finally, I have to put it to you again that it appears to me that your approach to this SLQ as well applies the dilution factor that we were discussing earlier. Would you accept that?
No. I'm considering where the SLQ is experienced, what contributes to that SLQ. I mean, recreation is something you experience everywhere within North Arran. So that's not just the coastal edge, it's not just the mountains, but it's also the lochans where people go fishing, the deep valleys where people, you're drawn up those valleys. So there are many places where you experience the SLQ relating to an exceptional area for outdoor recreation, where there will be no impact, including obviously the whole of the east coast.
Yes, and this is what I mean by the dilution factor.
If the only place that you experienced an exceptional area for outdoor recreation was Mealbury, and that was significantly affected, then that would then go to integrity. But that SLQ is experienced all across North Arran, and there's a clearly recognised effect in that Western Hill area in terms of visual impact by both of us, but that doesn't go to integrity because the SLQ, because it's experienced everywhere, because the level of the effect isn't that great, because it's adding a relatively small number of turbines to an existing cluster, and therefore I cannot understand how it could affect integrity.
Okay, well, I think we can obviously pick up with Dr. Wimbledon on his assessment, but that's been helpful in clarifying where you perhaps differ in your approach, the two of you. So if you just bear with me a second, I'll just consider whether there's anything further. Thank you very much, Ms. Oxley. No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Gregg. I have a few questions myself. If we could perhaps push on with those and then take a short break before re-examination, would that be fine? Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Right, some of these already have been answered, no doubt, so if you don't mind bearing with me while I just run through what I've got here. The first one, I just wanted to get your view, Ms. Oxley, about what you consider in terms of the significant effects being localised. Could you define the effects as being localised, the significant effects?
In terms of visual effects?
Yeah,
the
visual effects.
Or both?
Well, obviously the landscape effects are I think both parties have agreed that those are small in extent, but the visual effects, yeah.
Yeah, so I suppose localised here, I'm referring to a few square kilometres.
And you would be happy to describe that as localised effects, yeah? In terms of geographic extent.
Yeah, in the context of wind farm development. I mean, I think if we were talking here about the impact of an area of housing, localised might be referred to as 3 fields next to them. But I think in the context of what we're dealing with here, which is tall wind turbines, then localised, yes, is a few square kilometres. And essentially I'm talking about the area shown on the ZTV on figure C.1 within dark pink.
And the area we were discussing this morning, I'll not go back to the ZTV, but we were talking about the extent, I think it was from round about kind of the way down and up to area A. You'd be content to describe that as a localised effect?
We're talking about a linear receptor here, so it's people driving along the road or walking along the path. So I suppose geographical extent is a harder concept in that instance, because obviously the effect comes and goes. You know, as you go into trees, you lose it. As you wind around a rocky bluff, you'll lose it. So there will be significant effects at points along the length of that drive or that walk.
Okay, so they're not continuous.
They're not continuous, no. And obviously, it will depend a bit on the direction of travel of the receptor as well. You know, whether they're a passenger in the car or the driver of the car, the way they're looking, that sort of thing too.
Thank you. There was a bit of discussion this morning about scenario 1 and scenario 2. While scenario 2 forms part of the assessment, what consideration do you think I should give to scenario 2?
Well, so scenario 2 is obviously very uncertain. It primarily concerns wind farms that haven't yet been determined. So, and you can't influence that with your decision either. So I think it's useful to be aware of the fact that there is pressure for other development, but it's perhaps something to ask the planning witness, actually, the weight that you give to those potential effects. I would have thought would be lower, because there's no certainty until those are determined. I would expect the reporter that follows you and then determines those later applications to be given weight to the decision that you make here, rather than the other way around.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. There was also comment earlier about the sensitivity of receptors, and there's a bit of obviously disagreement between the parties. If the receptor sensitivity was given equal weight to the magnitude of change, you know, so the receptors we discussed this morning having a higher sensitivity, would that have altered your significance effects that you predicted? Overall significance?
I don't believe it would, because my judgment is very much informed by the crystal rig decision and the advice given to me by Dr. Lumsden in relation to the effectiveness of the angle intensity reduction.
I just want to query, I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this question, but it is in the inquiry report, paragraph 710. Just get the page. Yeah, it's the sort of final sentence of that paragraph. I'm just looking for an explanation as to exactly what that means. It's talking about all of the currently commercially available 32 candela lights being over-engineered. So they often induce a disproportionately large environmental impact. Is that what you were talking about in terms of the kind of the beam, if you like, and the focus being?
Yeah, it's partly that. I'll show you my little diagram. I don't know if you can see that.
Okay, so, yeah, right.
So that's the beam, and this is the angle, the 10-degree angle, and it has to achieve 32 candela across all of here, which means it still goes higher in the middle. But right, it's not just that. I mean, that's obviously just the nature of light. It's also the fact that until now, light performance has always been specified as a minimum, because obviously it's to do with aviation safety. And if it dropped below that minimum, then you'd be liable if there was an accident. And so there's been less attention, I suppose, to maximum and to the need to mitigate the effects of light. And I'm informed by Dr. Lumsden, for example, that things like tower cranes, where the lights are only there for a relatively short period of time, are relatively cheap. They're very unsophisticated, and although they're rated to a 2,000 candela minimum, they may often be actually operating at 4,000 candela.
Right.
So that's really what that sentence is talking about, the fact that lights often overperform because conditions have always required the minimum rather than the maximum.
Yeah. That's helpful. Can I just add, can I ask a follow-on question to that? If that's the case, right, I'm just not 100% sure as to whether or not the specification of lighting that we've been discussing at Narachan wouldn't have that effect, because it's it would have the horizontal focusing. Would that be correct? That wouldn't happen. You wouldn't have a higher level of intensity. Yeah.
There is information about the highest level of intensity within the WPAC report. So when you're at the table. So when you're at the higher heights, although the minimum performance is 2,000, at that higher rating, you can see values that are above 2,000, up at about 2,300, I think.
Right. So the directional intensity specification doesn't stop that happening.
I suppose these lights that are being put on wind turbines are extremely expensive supercomputers, and I think my understanding, again, you might want to ask this to a more technical person, is that you can program them and control them much more precisely. And so if within your condition you wanted to build in more regulation, my understanding is that would be possible. Lighting supplier could supply what's required.
I wasn't sure who to ask that question of, to be honest, because we didn't have an aviation expert here today. I was going to touch on the topic of, the intensity at angles varies depending on the manufacturer's specifications. So would it be appropriate to condition that so that we did achieve the mitigation that was being proposed? You were within the limits that we're discussing. Mr. Hardy, sorry if I'm
go on, Mr. Hardy.
If you think I should ask this question at the session on Thursday, then I don't mind. It's just I'm just trying to figure out if the comments made in the inquiry report on landscape visual are whether my understanding of them is correct in terms of what we would actually get at the end of the day if this application was approved.
Yes.
Are we getting the level of lighting that's discussed in the?
I mean, Ms. Oxley is absolutely able to answer questions to the best of her ability. All I was going to say, really, all contributions kind of gratefully received, and it may be that that's a matter on the conditioning side of this, so the planning side of it, that is best asked in the hearing session, and either David Bell or I or the client can deal with that. That was all.
Yeah.
In terms of impacts, that's definitely Ms. Oxley, and we've got the technical notice, from Dr. Lumsden, but it was just on the conditioning point and the what can be achieved. It probably is straying a little bit beyond the bailiwick of Miss Oxley.
That's fine. That's why I had decided not to ask that question today. I just had.
But you couldn't help yourself. You couldn't help yourself.
And the reason being that I'm just not sure that whether or not what is predicted in the Dr. Lumsden's comments, etc., is whether or not that what would actually be achieved at the end of the day. If a 30 candela light is a minimum 30 candela, are we talking about the same things with the 2,000 and the 200 lighting proposed?
I think that Miss Oxley's had lots of conversations with Dr. Lumsden. Absolutely, I wasn't absolutely not cutting across questions. It was just on the what can be achieved by condition. I think is not for Miss Oxley. So
no, sure.
Yeah, sure. Sam, I think
ultimately these lights are very sophisticated, and they can be programmed a lot more. So my understanding is they are not like these cheap lights on the tops of tower cranes that might be emitting 4,000 candela. They are much more sophisticated, and therefore you should be able to achieve the level of control.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Okay. We've been discussing also that the assessment relies on modelling, and you mentioned this morning that that's subject to the some limitations too, because it couldn't take account of the actual specification of the light or the shielding, and also you discussed that what someone sees varies from person to person. So just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on what is the level of certainty that the effects would be as predicted. How sure can we be?
Well, I mean, I think that given the conversations we've had with Dr. Lumsden, the advice that WPAC has given us, the experience of the Crystal Rig reporter, and then informed by partly experience on site, partly the visualizations, partly the lighting intensity ZTV, I think we can be confident within the sort of reasonable grounds of EIA that the effect would be as judged. That I don't think there's absolute certainty there. It is a new area of practice, or a relatively new area of practice, but we've taken a reasonably precautionary approach in terms of assessing that impact at 14 kilometres as being significant. But the key thing is that these lights should be dipped to 10% for most of the time. And when they're not dipped, it's because they're in cloud, and the cloud isn't taken account of within the visualizations. Those are presented on a clear night. And so we should be looking there at a reasonable worst case, which is, EIA language.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. And I just wanted to again query something that's in the inquiry report, which is on page 81, and it's paragraph 7.42. And again, it's just to be absolutely clear that I'm understanding what you mean. It talks about the lights at Narachan seen from the coasts of Arran, and they would be about twice as bright from the coast, and from higher ground 3 to 4 times as bright.
Yeah, and that's taken as a direct quote from the Stuart Lumsden material.
So if those are so much brighter than Crystal Rig, I'm just wondering how much reliance can be placed on a comparison with Crystal Rig.
I suppose Crystal Rig is the only test case you've got. I know that Dr. Lumsden also observed the lights at Crystal Rig, and so he, reinforced that point that when they were operating at 200, they were hard to discern. They had to use binoculars to find them.
And the Crystal Rig lights aren't still in situ, the test lights, no?
Sadly not. But I know the distances at Whitekirk were a little greater. They were similar to the distances of viewpoint 13. And the other lights that are operational are on tall buildings in Docklands in central London. So they're really not comparable. The lights are comparable, but the background isn't comparable.
Okay, and the ZTV suggests that the 32 candela lights at Bin and Turk 3 are visible over a relatively similar distance to those proposed at Narachan. So I was just wondering how much difference the difference in candela makes to the visibility of the lighting. Does this get back to what we were talking about earlier about the you know, the focus and the cone. I'm just, the ZTV sort of suggest a similar level of lateral extent, if you like.
I mean, they're less intense. They're probably they're comparable to the 10% dipped lights. In other respects, they're not comparable. When you go and see them on site, you'll understand why. They appear they flash, so they draw attention by virtue of the fact that they were flashing, or at least they were on the night I was there.
Okay.
I think the thing with Ben and Turk is actually the ZTV suggests that they would be more visible on the lower flanks just because of the position in relation to the peninsula.
That's to do with elevation, yeah.
Yeah, partly just geography. There's a bit more of a window into those higher peaks. They're further to the southwest, whereas the Narachan lights are more to the west. The Narachan lights are partly blocked by the Pernmill Hills themselves. The Millbury Hills obviously offers some screening to those hills beyond.
So the difference, the 32 candela to the 200 candela, that the difference in level doesn't make a huge amount of difference to the lateral extent that you can see the lights. It's more to do with geography. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more to do with geography. It's the geography that's influencing the ZTV, because the ZTV is just showing whether the lights will be seen or not.
Okay.
It's a binary ZTV, that.
But there would be a difference in the intensity of what you're seeing over the same area.
Yes, but when the lights are lit at their 10% rating, they're probably similar in terms of brightness to the way that Ben and Turk 3 is seen.
Yeah. That's fine. I have nothing more at this point. So I think we should have a short break, another 15 minutes, and then we'll continue on. I know it's going to be quite late in the day, but I think it would be better to finish today. Would that be okay?
Yes, just to understand where we're going. So we've got some re-examination, and then is the intention to draw stumps, or are we going to do the evidence in chief of Dr. Wimble?
I think we should go on to Dr. Wimble tomorrow. But Mr. Gregg, would you agree with that? Yeah.
I think that makes sense. We've got plenty of time tomorrow, so I think
just to help me, Mr. Gregg, do you have any idea how long you're going to be in chief?
Do I have any idea? I will be an hour and a half, perhaps, something like that.
Right. Okay. So I'm probably going to be a couple of hours in cross-examination. So I think we are going to finish tomorrow, Mum. It doesn't sound as though there's a problem. So that would sound like we draw stumps after re-examination.
Yep, that sounds good. Okay.
Cool.
So
thank you.
Meet back here in 15:45. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm happy to start the examination if you're ready, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you very much. Then I've got 3 topics that I want to ask you about in re-examination. Ms. Oxley, the first of those is in relation to aviation lighting. So that's the topic. And you were, I think, close to going to the crystal rig decision letter. You never actually got there. And I think it is just worth going to that document, if we may. So it's the crystal rig inquiry report, and that's at CD 14013. And I think we can make do with the overall conclusions and recommendations. You referred to, I think, some discussion within the body of the report, but also to the conclusions. So let's just stick with the conclusions. Aviation lighting and its visual effects are then dealt with on page 135 and section 8.2.
I'm there.
Do you have that? And there's a checklist there of conclusions. I just want to try and run through some of those. Of course, each decision on its own merits, all the usual health warnings and so on. But so visible aviation lighting scheme there, complying with current international UK regulatory framework. You've mentioned the WPAC report, and you've also know about the CAA consultation. What's the position here? Would the scheme comply?
Yes.
So far as you're aware, use of radar activated lighting. I know we've got a hearing session in relation to this, but are you able to give an answer now?
Yeah, it's not commercially available at the moment, is my understanding.
Use of night vision technology, but the need for aviation lighting, the applications that would consider the costs of provision to be prohibitive. Do you have it may be a bit outside your ken, but do you have a view on that?
I don't think that's something that's been discussed here, and I assume it's not now.
I was just going to say,
considered a solution.
Yeah.
I was hoping that would be covered in the hearing session on Friday.
Then we can certainly pick that up, if that's of interest.
Yep.
Next
thing on the agenda for Friday. Yep.
Very, very good. Next one then, proposed aviation lights assessed on individual merits, absolutely, not compared with other warning lights that can be seen elsewhere at night. And in this case, looking at the Queen's Ferry Crossing, Forth Road Bridge and so on, and cranes at the St James Quarter construction site in Edinburgh. Now, not just looking at that list, because they were specific maybe to people in that inquiry, but you mentioned cranes and you mentioned towers and so on. What are the relative benefits or indeed dangers so far as you're concerned with just looking at lights in general?
Well, in general, obviously, you don't know what candela rating they are, and the likes of temporary lights on tower cranes and such like tend to be cheaper and poorly spec'd. They're complying with the minimum 2000 candela rating, but they have no inbuilt mitigation at all. So making comparisons with other types of lights in other places needs well, they're not really comparable, so it shouldn't really be done.
Okay, test light you've talked about, and I think the report test look, is there test light still there? You said sadly no. The test light in this case operated at 200 candela, and then the reporters concluded not particularly prominent when seen beyond 7.5 kilometres, appeared faint and not particularly noticeable. I think you made reference in your evidence to use of binoculars. I'm just interested in that and what you know about the test light.
Well, again, I was just reading the earlier part of this report, which made reference to binoculars. Okay, so it's paragraph 4.139 on page 82. And it's talking here about the 200 candela light as experienced from Whitekirk. whilst the light was discernible on the skyline if one knew where to look, it was faint and not particularly noticeable. It certainly did not catch the eye at this distance. Indeed, we found the 200 candela light difficult to see with the naked eye initially, and could only find it by first locating it with binoculars.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next point then to do with attenuation and atmospheric conditions. I think you referred back to Dr. Lumsden's report in on a number of occasions. Perhaps don't need to go there unless you want to. But attenuation by atmospheric conditions. There's I think some percentages that were given, and then you were. I think there was a lower percentage given by Dr. Lumsden. Then you said, "Look, I'll be happy to round that up or whatever." What confidence have you got in sort of numbers at degrees of percentage, or would you prefer, or is it easier to use qualitative terms? If so, what would you be saying to the reporter?
I had lengthy conversations with Dr. Lumsden about this, and I challenged him in terms of the reliability of the figures that he made. His figures were that the lights would be lit at 2000 candela for around 10% of the time, and that it would only be about 1.3% of the time that the lights would then be perceptible at that 2000 candela because of the absence of cloud below the turbines, but the presence of cloud at the turbines, which made them operate at that 2000 candela. So being more precautionary myself, I would just describe that as a small percentage of the time.
Mm-hmm.
If it was double that, it would be 3. If it was 5, it would still be a small percentage of the time.
Mm-hmm. And so that's atmospheric conditions. I'm then interested in the number of people who might experience the lighting. Now, there's a different factual scenario at Crystal Rig, but here at distance, who is it, or where would you need to be to experience the highest intensity?
You'd have to be on the tops of the hills, or at least far enough up the hills to be at equivalent elevation as the hubs of the lights on Kintyre, so significantly up onto the hills. And my judgment is that there would be very few people who there essentially.
I was going to ask that. So there is no doubt an interesting scientific debate about the different elements of this, but the consequence in landscape terms of the receptors who are going to see it, I think you've just given the answer, limited to those people at height because of the angle-related mitigation.
Yes, yeah, and there would be few people there.
Okay, I think those are all the bullet points from Crystal Rig that I want to take you to, so we can put that away. The second topic then relates to dark skies, and you recall some questions put about, well, had you looked at dark skies? And there was then reference in your evidence to the wild land assessment, and I just want to go there if we can.
Appendix 6.3 CD 03.069.
Correct. And I want to go to internal page 14. And it may be obvious, but just before I ask the question, what is the relationship between the wild land area and the NSA in terms of size and extent?
The wildland area encompasses all of the mountains of northern Arran. It sits slightly within the NSA all the way around, because the NSA also incorporates the coast, but essentially the two are coincident in terms of the mountain areas.
Okay. So in the assessment of the effects on wild land quality, so we've got magnitude of change on page 14. The paragraphs aren't numbered, but if we look at paragraph 4, so maybe even paragraph 5, it starts off with the proposed
development will introduce artificial lighting into long distance views of relatively dark skies looking west across the Kilbrannan Sound.
Yeah. And then, as indicated on the ZTV's theoretical visibility lighting on 9 of the 11 proposed turbines limited to hill summits, elevated landform within the WLA. And then the introduction of visible aviation lighting will influence the sense of remoteness experienced from these hill summits of dusk, dawn, and then during hours of darkness, including human artifacts into otherwise dark skies. So you recall the question about whether or not dark skies had been taken into account, and you went to the wildland study. So I just want to understand the extent to which that has been taken into account, accepting that that was a WLA assessment rather than the SLQs.
Well, I mean, clearly it has been taken into account.
And then the third topic is a much shorter one. It's a factual one, and it referred to things that were visible. Questions were put to you about what can be seen on Kintyre from the coastal platform, and you referred to an overhead line. And in that evidence, I think you referred to that as a 132, and then you indicated that was being replaced. So I just want to give you the opportunity to explain to the reporter what is happening with that. What is it, and what's going to happen to it?
Well, it's an overhead line that's currently under construction down the east coast of Kintyre. It's replacing an existing overhead line, and the lights that would have been seen are construction-related lighting. The vehicles moving around floodlit areas and such like were apparent when we were on site.
Okay. And in terms of the tower size between the 132s and the 275s, what is the relative position?
Well, the replacement ones will be larger, but I'm not going to give you exact numbers.
Okay. And in terms of visibility, then, what does that, in terms of what you might be able to see from the coastal platform in relation to things on Kintyre?
Well, they'll be more visible than the existing lines.
Okay. Good. That is all I want to deal with in re-examination. Ms. Oxley, you've had a long day, but thank you very much for those answers. That's it, Mum. That's re-examination.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Miss Oxley, for your time. Okay, so I do think that we should take a break today. It's always a long day when we're doing online sessions, so if we're happy to commence again tomorrow as planned at 9:30 a.m, and we'll take Dr. Rumble's evidence in chief then.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
That's lovely then. Okay, we'll reconvene tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a good evening all. Bye.
Thanks very much.